All right, looks like it's finally focused. Sorry about that, everybody. Just as I was getting ready to start the stream, the kids woke up and needed me to help them get situated. So if you don't know what this is all about, can I just get an F in the chat to let me know that you can hear me all right? It is riveting first-class entertainment. It looks like that sounds okay. Thanks. I ran a successful Indiegogo campaign called The Company Men Did White and Blue, and part of that campaign was I said if we managed to get to 300 sign-ups, I was going to do a hand-drawn art card for everybody that physically backed the campaign, and that's what I'm going to be doing over the next couple of days. Thanks for people who turned up. I'll say good day to the chat in a minute. I appreciate everybody sticking around. A minute ago it was telling me there's 2 people in the chat, now it's telling me there's 10, so thanks for sticking with me, guys. So anybody that's backed the book physically is going to get one of these art cards. I'm just going to be drawing any character that comes to mind. I feel like drawing Cable first, so I'm just going to draw Cable. If you guys have got any ideas for characters, particularly ones that I'll know, like OCs, it makes it tricky because I don't necessarily know your oh, there's the phone, fair income. I'm not answering it. You guys turned up to watch me draw a picture. I'm going to draw a picture. Really glad Firewatch is here. Firewatch is a good friend of mine. Been mates with him for a couple of years now, so it's fantastic to see him be involved in the community. Thanks for being here, Dean. Absolute legend, one of my best mates online. Appreciate Dario turning up. Amanda B, thanks for being here. Thanks for your comments on my last video. Amanda, it's always good to get feedback. Thanks, Odin, for being here. Thanks, K Manifesto. Thanks, Fizz, for turning up. Dean, I often unironically say fair income. That's the thing. I also say Struth and Crike. It's pretty funny. My kid, when he's surprised by something, he says crikey as well. He's picked that up off me. So, all right, so I'm going to be starting on a bit of a Cable picture here. And, for some of them I'll use reference. For some I'll just do it out of my head. It just depends on how I feel. All right. Now, it took forever to get this camera to focus. Hopefully it'll stay focused. You guys are going to be able to see what I'm doing. Another shortcoming is the size of the cards. I think they're 4x6. It limits the amount of space you've actually got to draw. I'll start with a bit of a shoulder, a bit of a bicep. It's going to be unlikely I'm going to be able to fit too many full body pictures on these cards simply because of how small they are. Like, you're going to sort of be getting down to the waist, and that's about it. And you look like I expect people are going to drop in and out. I'm going to I'm going to do this for an hour or so, but as in further days, I'm going to be doing it for a couple of hours at a time, and just hoping to get through these 200 cards that I've dedicated myself to drawing. And I can't, I obviously can't really take. Somebody said, "Oh, can you draw me this character or that character?" I can't really do individual characters for people because otherwise, there's the chance I'll screw up. Just say, you want Cable, and you accidentally get sent a picture of Batman instead, and they say, "Oh, I wanted Cable." That makes it really tricky for me, and I'm not even doing fulfillment. It makes it really tricky for RJ from Critical Blast. He's doing fulfillment of the book. So if you've got a book that you've got funded or you're thinking about funding in the future, I'd consider talking to him about his plan for distributing crowdfunded comics, because it's really quite affordable. He obviously knows what he's doing. So a lot of peace of mind. Like, a lot of people talk about the stresses of fulfilling, and you hear people say if you've got less than 200 or less than 2,000, you should probably just do it yourself. I only got 200, so I probably could have done it myself, but the cost from Australia was exorbitant to try and get that stuff sent over to you guys in the US. So what I ended up doing was going with RJ. He's got a fantastic plan worked out where he's able to send it from within the US, which saves you guys a whole lot of money. The shipping price is like half what you'd expect to pay on it. I was never a big fan of Cable, the old X-Men cartoon days. He had a cool voice. He's kind of like swole Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry. I like Clint Eastwood, but in a world of mutant powers, it's really hard to see, isn't it? It'll be easy when I get the pens out and you guys will be able to see the pen work. I got these matte cards, but they're still kind of glossy. So thanks, Amazon. In a world of mutant powers, guys with adamantium skeletons, teleporting, and optic blasts, a character like Cable, whose powers seem to be I shoot things, just didn't seem that interesting to me. But as I get older, I find that I appreciate older male characters more. You guys ever do that thing where you realize you're older than Batman. You're like, oh, I'm technically older than Batman now. I've done not nearly as much with my life as he has. Like, I'm not even in shape, man. he's the world's greatest detective. So I did that sort of thing. It's like, well, if as I get older, I've got to like older and older characters, so that I'm not embarrassed by the fact that I haven't achieved nearly as much as these guys. I think maybe it's time to move over to a pen. Can you guys still hear me okay? 12 people watching now. Oh, yeah, so I got the chat going on now. Just look here. Yeah, I can write and draw. I'm not as good at Dean. I'm all right. I did go to art school, but I wish I'd done more with it. I wish I'd done. Look, at art school, there's a lot of young and you're impressionable, and there's a lot of at art school, everyone's horny. I spent my whole time in art school dating as opposed to actually, arting. So that's on me. You can't blame anyone for this. And a lot of people say, "Oh, you can draw." I can draw a little bit, but being able to draw a pin-up is not nearly as impressive. Being able to draw sequential art, like it's two very different creatures. I can draw just about any character standing there looking tough. How good it is, your mileage may vary, but to be able to draw a sequential page, I mean, you say, okay, draw 4 people standing in a kitchen. That's a skill. That's some Loomis level skill, right? If you can do that, you are an art god, because that's the most mundane thing in the world. But if you can draw that and make it look real, that's more impressive than any Brett Booth 30 mutants standing around in a big pin-up type pose that he's drawn. But one of those sells and the other one doesn't. And Brett Booth's picture would sell much more than 4 people standing around a kitchen. But comics will sometimes require you to have 4 people standing around at a kitchen. If you can draw that, well, that's money. You got yourself a job. And I draw pretty fast. I'm not going to be spending hours and hours on these things. I mean, I asked my wife to watch my last video. She doesn't watch any of them. She's working too hard. She doesn't have time to watch my incel squawkings about how terrible modern media is. But I said, I'm really happy with this video about Khaleesi's new book. I'd like you just to check it out if you get him. She said, yeah, sure, I can do that. So she watched it. She said, yeah, it's good. It was funny. It was entertaining. And I forgot my point. That'll happen a lot too. Without Dean to keep me on track, I ramble. Oh, I just don't know what I'm talking about. I was going to give him big bullets on his arm there like a big strap, and I didn't end up doing it. But that's okay. So I was saying that I wasn't going to spend heaps of time on these. I draw quick. Yes, that's what I was saying. Okay, so my wife was looking at watching this video of mine, and it's like, well, okay, so why have you made this? It's like, well, because this is a 30-minute video. It's a 30-minute advertisement for my book. People turn up to watch me slag on Khaleesi and how bad her book is, but really, it's just me saying, hey, if you think my opinions are valid on this concept, I also have a comic. Go check that out and see if you want to buy it. I mean, that's what this is all about. Does Zach make videos because he's really got something to say, or because at the beginning and end of each video he gets to say, hey, check out 499 and Yahoo Ninja, what is it? Rock and Roll Ninja, whatever. So this is just an opportunity for me to, remind you guys for the hour or so that I'm here that I have a comic book out there, and if you haven't bought it, I would like you to. And if you don't get it now, get it next time, because I'm going to be around for a long time. I've got plenty of stories. I've got more stories in the works. I mean, a lot of them are written. I've got more books being worked on at the moment. I'm really fortunate that Dean James, who's in the chat here, good friend, talented artist, very talented artist, and young and fast. I mean, he's like 12 years old, and this guy can just, no, he's not. He's like 30 something. But I give him shit about being young. But he, then he did a face reveal and he didn't look young, and it just completely broke my mind and shattered my world. Like, he looked nearly as old as I am. He's agreed to work with me on a book in the very near future, which is great because he's doing fantastic work over on The Embrace, which is a book that he's involved in. That's also in demand on Indiegogo. If you want to go check that out, it is an excellent book. I wouldn't like to say which one's better because that's very, very different products. But if you like one, you're going to probably like the other. And I've also got some, like grey tone type pens that I picked up from Officeworks. I very, very cleverly picked up the exact same set that I already had that I've never opened. So, now I've got 2 sets. Some would call that winning. So Dean's going to work with me on a book later this year. We're just doing some stuff with the working at the costume. And look, I got to tell you, it's great working with him. He challenges me on everything. Like if he was just to come in and say, yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full sir, I don't think you're going to get as good a product. If you don't have somebody challenging you, if you don't have somebody saying, hey, have you thought about, have you considered, is that really the best idea? He's challenged me on every single thing I'm putting forward. And while I don't always think he's right, and I often think I'm right, it's good to be challenged. And if you've got to justify a position, that's a good place to be in as well. If he says to me, okay, why do you want this element in the costume? I've got to be able to justify it. It's not enough just to say because I said so, or because I know better, or because I've, talent. As I say, it's like money talks, bullshit walks. Like I can talk my way around or out of anything, but at the end of the day, Dean's the one that's the talented artist. So if he says this looks good, I got to at least listen to that. And you can't say, oh, I've been reading comics for you, or I've been doing this longer than you, because experience has value. But you guys ever heard that old story about Picasso's dad? I'm sure it's Picasso, handing him his paints and his brushes and his easel and said, there you go, son, you're already a better artist than I am. I give up, and I'm just going to support you in your art journey. And that was it. That was the end of his. He knew that at like age 10 or whatever, his son was already a better artist than him. So he didn't even try. You guys can't even see what I'm drawing there, can you? There we go. Looking pretty thick there, Nate. My point being that, I might have read comics for longer than Dean. I might have read more comics than Dean. But I might have been, look, I've been drawing longer than him, but I'm not as talented, naturally talented as him. This guy, he's a young prodigy. You give him another 10 or 20 years. I don't know what they're saying in the chat. I can't have all these windows open at once. It's beyond my boomer capabilities. Somebody dropped out. Somebody didn't find my banter entertaining. G'day, Quaff. G'day, Billy. Thanks for being here, guys. He challenges me as he's already being difficult. I do, Dean. I was whinging to my wife the whole way back from her parents' place. Went to her parents' place yesterday. They live fairly close. I like them. I get along better with them than I do my own parents, honestly. Not that I don't get along with my parents, but my dad's like, so you still breathing? Yep. How's work? I'm not working, Dad. Remember? Oh, that's right. Well, see you next year. Yes. Whereas my wife's parents, they're pretty chill. And we'll come back there, and I was just like complaining, fucking Dean the whole time. Dean's doing this and Dean's doing that. But I'm glad he's there being, quote unquote, being difficult, because if he doesn't, there's nobody to tell me my ideas are shit. And sometimes you need to hear that. See if I can get the chat and my screen and everything happening all at once. Well, no, I think I'm ready to put a big, I'll do this gun, and then I'll thanks Raiden Radio for being here. Oh, only five thumbs up and 10 people in the chat. I mean, don't feel pressured, but if you wanted to hit the thumbs up button, I would be the last person to tell you not to. I would be like, yes, King, do that, manifest your destiny. It's been, honestly, it's been probably 5 years since I've sat down to really draw. Oh yeah, there's 6 because I just hit the thumbs up myself, because why wouldn't you? I think it's probably been about 5 years since I've really sat down to draw a proper picture that wasn't just some sort of shit scribble on Photoshop to try and get a point across, or to make a meme, or to excuse me. Like Dean will send me a costume design for this character that we're working on, and I'll make a quick change in Photoshop within 2 or 3 minutes to send it back to him and say, oh, this is more what I was thinking. So being able to have those skills is really handy. It must be tricky to not have any sort of artistic inclination and have to try and say to someone, oh, I want it more like this. Like, yeah, you want it more like that, but if you can't help me visualize that, I thought you were a writer. Come on. So Zaid saying I'm a better artist. Zaid Comics saying I'm a better artist than him. I don't know, better. It's all relative, isn't it? I really like the guy from who does, you guys know, is it called Copra? It's like this dude's fan fiction Suicide Squad. And his stuff's super. It's like deceptively simple, like Mike Allred. Mike Allred stuff's deceptively simple. But you try and draw like him, and you're like, oh, this is actually not that easy at all. Sal Bassim is the same thing. Excuse me, I've got a drink here. You try and draw like Sal Bassim and tell me that it's easy. Oh no, I was a great sage. Just started his I Blame chemo campaign. I'm not sure what I did, but I'm pretty sure I did actually do it. So I just got to plead the fifth, guys. Like I can't even push back on this one. So how long we've been streaming for? I'm just trying to see how long it's going to. It is trickier trying to draw and talk at the same time. Even though I'm somebody who talks a lot and I don't usually have a problem with talking, to try and be coherent, and also because drawing is almost an unconscious act, but it's been that long since I've drawn anything worthwhile, decent, whatever. Let's see if we've got a Sharpie here. Do you know that, and Dean, you might correct me and tell me I'm wrong, but I never saw Sharpies until about maybe 10 years ago. Is that right? You're like, oh, Dean's in Melbourne, so he's in the big city. I live out in the sticks with Ruse and Crocs and all that good stuff. Danger, Danger, if you know the Steve Irwin song, which is our unofficial national anthem. And I never saw Sharpies. That was like such an American thing. I'd never seen them in real life, and now they're everywhere. They've really come into the Australian market and taken over. I couldn't even tell. I think partially because they have a brand name. It's like Biro or Kleenex or any of that business. If you say, I'm going to go get what we'd call a permanent marker, okay, well, there's 100 brands it could be. There's I couldn't tell you any of them though. But these guys, oh well, that's a Sharpie. I'm going to go pack a Sharpies. If you've got a Sharpie, I need to write something on this box here. If you've got a Sharpie, I can use it. Branding. Well, you got to be careful with your branding. I was originally just going to credit myself as Kemosabe on all the comics that I drew. I'm not drawing any comics. All the comics that I wrote, but now everybody started calling me Lee, which is my name. And so now my branding's kind of a little bit mixed up. There's some people said, I didn't know you were the same guy. I mean, I use the same avatar, but I didn't make that avatar. That's just some 4chan Australian shit poster. All right, so that's not looking too bad. I'll get better at fitting stuff on the screen. I'm pretty happy with that. That hand is huge, but I'll just claim that I'm channeling some Carlos Pacheco. Is that how you say it? Pacheco? Let's get some grey happening here. How dark is this grey? That doesn't look that dark. All right. I probably should put a little bit of shadow under his shoulder there. That's what's throwing it out. There we go here. So. Yeah, that looks better. Some grey hair. Because, there's like I say, I like these older male characters. That's something I liked about Cable was they ended up, here's this older guy with this receding hairline. I mean, you guys have seen my hairline. It's glorious, so it's not that I'm talking about. But I like an older character because then, you believe they've got it. It's weird when a character's younger than you. You think Spider-Man's always portrayed as, 30-something. Do you guys ever do that? You look at a character and go, that can't be younger than me. Let's put a little bit of grey on this side. I'm not really consistent with my light sources. That's definitely something I should pay a little bit more attention to. But like I said, this is the first time I've done any drawing in about 5 years, so it's not like a dedicated student of art. I just dabble these days. I still enjoy it. I'll sit down and conceptualize all my concepts. And the other day, Odin, who was in the chat earlier, I don't know if he still is, he is telling me about this character. He's got a book that he's got coming out. I won't talk about it specifically because that's not my story to tell. But I thought that sounds really cool. I'd really, it's Golden Age type stuff. I'd like to have a go of designing that costume because that's I love that era. And I've got a whole bunch of pulp Golden Age stuff coming out in the not so distant future. He said, all right, we'll have a go, and I did, and he was happy with it. So I was able to draw and conceptualize It looks better on the screen than it does in real life. There's something about translating it to a camera. I don't know if it gives it a veneer of legitimacy. And the kids have got a cough. It's not the coof. It's just a cough. It is a winter here in Australia, so everything's very chilly. Well, chilly for us. It's like 20 degrees. That's cold for us. Man, I was living up near the border, and it's like 4 degrees some mornings. It just about killed me. I think 4 degrees, Dean goes swimming at the beach. I feel like I'd like some of these pens with a bigger brush on them. Now, Cable's eyes sometimes portrayed as, I didn't do the scar on his eye, sometimes portrayed as glowing yellow. I got coloured I've got coloured pens as well. So I might, if I draw Cyclops, I'll use the red pen on his optic, his visor, his ruby optic visor, and stuff like that, just to just put a little bit of spot color. You see guys like, is that Eric? How do you say his name? Eric Canetti, and he does a lot of traditional stuff like this with the white out pen for the highlights and all. That's just amazing. The amount of time you'd have to spend on it to get good, to really make use of the medium to the best that it could be. Do I think Robin should be younger than you? Yes, Robin should definitely be. Look, most characters probably should be younger than me. He wants to read about, well, that's the whole point, isn't it? I want to read about 40-year-old heroes. I want to read about 50-year-old heroes. I was cheering for Quaritch in Avatar, and I thought he would have made a really good Cable. So speaking about Cable. So it's not every character needs to be younger than me, especially characters that are, like Cyclops. To think Cyclops is younger than me, that doesn't seem right. I suppose because, here's the thing. I've been reading about Cyclops since I was a kid. So he's been 30-something, my entire life. One down, many more to go. That's right. Should I number them? Should I number them on the front or the back? What should I do? Chat? All 4 people that are still here? No, I don't know how many people here. I can't see that. That's beyond my ability. I don't know. Can anybody tell me how many people are here? Should I sign them? Should I put something on the back here? What should I do here? Thanks for backing the company, man. I think that's probably what I'll do, something like that. Bought a new microphone, but I don't know how well it picks up from a distance. So if I'm sounding really, really distant, I apologise, but I can't get too close into the mic. I won't be able to draw. So I just randomly capitalise stuff. So that's Cable. And it's card number 1. Cool. All right, so I've only got about 199 of these to go. Let's see if I can find that yellow. A little bit of a yellow spark there. Bit of a yellow spark happening off the eye there. Bit of a yellow reflection on some stuff. When I do Photoshop, I love being able to do little glow reflections. You guys probably can't see that the way the light's on it. There you go. So that's... I'm pretty happy with that. That's all right. I was thinking originally of doing an ink wash on all of them and starting with a grey mid-tone and then building up darks and lights and stuff. I've also got a... What do you call that? There's a correction pen and stuff, but... I'm going to do all of his X's red as well. That's what I'm going to do. You can be sure that as the stream goes on, the quality of these are going to get worse and worse as I get tired of it. It's like, nah, you're getting a stick figure Batman. So I'm going to send a bunch of these over to RJ. Thanks for the compliments in the chat. Thanks, guys. And he's going to just slip one of these into every physical order. As it is, we've got about, like I said, we've got about 200 orders, give or take. I think it's like 214 or something. So, yeah, I'll just do as many as I need. So that's number 1. Put that out of the way. Here comes card number 2. Now, that looks pretty good from a distance. I'm just holding it up, looking from a distance. It looks printed. I can't make any 100% because I'm just like, I'm just going to send a whole bunch over to RJ. And probably what it's going to be, if you backed book 1, you're going to be, if you're the first backer, RJ will get the copy of the book, slip it into the envelope. No, I haven't got a new Discord. Firewatcher, just haven't been on much, mate. You can hit me up on Twitter if you need to. I'll just jump on Discord later today and have a chat if you've got something you want to talk to me about. If you're backer one, RJ is just going to get a book, slip it in the envelope there, probably pick card one off the top, chuck it in, fold it up. There you go. I don't know what Pol Naref is, Quaff. My next picture, is that blurry? Is that all right? Oh, okay. That sounds good, man. I definitely want to hear what's going on. If you guys don't know, you don't know Firewatcher. He's not on Twitter much. This guy is, what do I say? An endless well of good ideas. If there's anybody if I had money, if I won millions of dollars like they do, I never watched JoJo. I don't know, man. I'm only vaguely aware of like the memes and stuff. If I had money, I would just say to Firewatcher, here's X dollars, make your books happen. Like I would just say, do it. He's just that good. His stories, his scripts, his ideas, his characters. He's an innate storyteller, and it's a crime that there's not, Firewatcher books out there at the moment. Ninja Turtle, I haven't drawn Ninja Turtles in years. I was going to draw one of the Mechanicus Adeptus from Warhammer 40k, but I might go with a Ninja Turtle. I haven't drawn Ninja Turtles in ages. Probably since year 4. You guys ever do that thing where you're in school and you're like the best drawer in school, and then some kid comes to school and he's really good at art, and you're like, you son of a bitch, you better not be better than me. That happened to me, but then we end up becoming friends over our mutual love of Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles are always popular. All right, let's start with some. Let's get the chat back up. Yeah, I thought Mechanics would be good because g'day Jason, thanks for being here, mate. I've got chill hop playing on my headphones. I love that chill hop. I'm not a big fan of hip hop or rap or anything, but chill hop is just so easy going, so easy to listen to. So I sound really cool because I got like this real chill music playing in the background. Like, yeah, everybody thinks I sound cool. I'm like a cool DJ. Yeah, chill music. I realize none of you guys can hear this because I'll probably get copyright striked. So, I only think that I sound cool. Yeah, but if I had money, I'd be getting Firewatcher's books made. I'd love to talk about them more, but again, that's not really my place to talk about that sort of stuff. But he says there's big developments. Hopefully something's happening. He's moving forward with some stuff because he's a classic storyteller in the old school Bronze Age Marvel style. Like he makes comics fun. So I've said before, there's some guys out there that have got a lot of influence and scope. I'd love to be a kingmaker like these guys could be. You could see a project and say, hey, that looks really good. I will help you get that made. I'll help you get that off the ground. To see a concept or a character or a book and think, oh, well, I'll just leave that to... Because for me, it's about the comics. It's not... I mean, sure, it's about making money. I'd love to be able to make enough money to, this is my job full time. And that's the goal eventually between this and my novels and stuff. But it's also about just having really good comics made. So I could see myself facilitating other people's books being made. And I think there's lots of people out there that have that ability but don't. That's not their goal. Their goal is to make themselves money, which, capitalism, hooray, that's not a bad thing. But that's not necessarily where the priorities are for me. If someone says, look, you can keep this profit, or you can fold it into another book, or you can fold it into, someone else's book. There's great books out there that I want to see made into comics because I love comics. I love reading comics. I love everything about the medium. So maybe one day, if things take off and I have that money, I'm able, you could sort of help somebody fund the first 10 pages and a cover. And then use Kickstarter and Indiegogo the way that they were originally intended to fund it. Say, hey, here's 10 pages. Here's the artist. We got him locked in. He's keen to go. Or her. Women can draw too. You bigot. And then make that book happen. And people, I don't know, they get mad about wait times, and there's been some bad actors that have made it really tricky for other people to come into the market. But honestly, if you're backing a book on Indiegogo or whatever, you probably are going to have a bit of a wait time because people are trying to fund the money to pay for the creation of this comic book. They're really struggling to keep these guys on the page. Dean's got it. If he had $1 million, he'd make more comics. That's it, man. You know, and if I had $1 million to make comics, I'd turn that into $5 or $10 million, and then you pay your house and all that business. You know, like I could just pay my house off, but I really believe I could make that 1 into 10 and 10 into 20. So I drew Raphael because he's my favorite Ninja Turtle. I love headbands floating in the wind, you know, torn ninja bandanas and daredevil masks and stuff like that. He ended up being really quite lean and alien, didn't he? Well, I think it's time to break out some the pen. Any time now? Thanks, Firewatch. I appreciate that, mate. He said he'd buy a ton of Company Men comics and fund the creation. Well, there's 12 of them written. As he well knows, he knew about the Company Men before anybody else in this chat, probably. Yeah, there's 12 of them already written. This pen is not working for me. I think I need to go in the bin. That's better. But it's not the only IP. It's not the only story I have to tell. Sometimes you see these people with their books, and it's like their magnum opus. It's the one story they have to tell. And I don't know, is it possible that some people only have the one story to tell, or a limited number of stories to tell? There's a Stephen King book, I think it's Bag of Bones, and the protagonist in it is an author like Stephen King, because he's the literal embodiment of write what you know. He just so many of his characters are teachers or writers because, hey, he's been a teacher and a writer in his history and his past. And a lot of them have substance abuse problems because that's something he's lived through as well and conquered. So he knows how to write that sort of stuff pretty genuinely. Anyway, this guy was an author, and he he's having trouble writing books, and then he moved house to this other area and he started writing books again and absolutely smashing it. And he couldn't believe how easy it was. Hadn't been this easy for years and years. And yeah, Harper Lee, I think she wrote a sequel, Where Burns the Fire or something like that, which I don't know, like, how do you follow up To Kill a Mockingbird? How can you possibly make people think anything you're going to write after that is on par? I can understand somebody writing something like that and just stopping. And this author in this Stephen King book, he worked out that the ghost was communicating with him through the stuff that he was writing, and it was there to solve the mystery of how she got killed. It's a very Scooby-Doo sort of Stephen King. I mean, I had awful scenes of gang rape and stuff in it. It's a Stephen King comic. It's what you'd expect. Am I going to get struck for saying gang rape? Well, I said it twice now, so I'm going to get... Oh, for real? Yeah, that's what you do. You do the woke version and turn Atticus into a racist after all this time. You know, and of course I had Gregory Peck playing because I can't think of a more perfect casting than Gregory Peck as Atticus Finch. So this author in the Stephen King book couldn't write any more stories after that. That was it. He was just able to write what he could because the ghost was using him to uncover the details of her murder, which was racially motivated and suited the story and didn't feel like it was there for pandering or wokeness. It's just what it was. It's set in the South, and there's some elements there that all come together. It felt very organic. King used to be able to do that. Don't think so as much anymore. I haven't read his last couple of books. The back of them, you look at the blurb, and they seem pretty wokey. But what really got me was somebody posted, "Oh, Great Sage." That's so on the nose. Somebody pointed a bit where Stephen King was referencing his own books, where the kids in the book were saying the prison that they were standing in front of looked like the prison out of Shawshank Redemption. I'm like, that's just lazy, man. Like, unless you're on some sort of excuse me, time for a drink, some sort of shared universe, you shouldn't be referencing your own books. But it's not impossible that he actually forgot that he drew that. You guys, have no idea how much more chill and awesome I sound with this chill hop in the background. I sound like this sage, wise dude giving fantastic advice, and that I'm actually really interesting, and you should totally be here to listen to me instead of me rambling on about Stephen King's substance abuse problems. So this is card number 2. They're taking a little longer than I thought they would. I'm normally a pretty quick drawer. Would you even say that? Drawer? Artist? It seems a bit cheeky to call myself an artist, but if modern artists taught us anything, is that anything is art if you want it to be, and nobody can say it's not. They can say it's bad art, but they can't say it's not art because there's no actual qualifier. If ready-mades, a banana duct taped to a wall, and what are the ones? There's one of this story that gets told about this. The house cleaner threw out a bunch of rubbish off this artist's desk, and he got furious because it was his next few artworks. It was all made out of cereal boxes and stuff, and it was these deconstructed constructions. He'd get the elements from stuff that we'd find around the house, and he'd construct these little sculptures out of it. She threw them in the bin thinking that they weren't art, that they were just rubbish, and who can blame her? I did go to art school, and it wasn't a waste. It changed my perspective on creating art, and it gave me a sort of looseness that you don't get if you, I believe, and everything is the opinions of, my opinions doesn't represent the views of Blackbriar Press, etc., etc. If you're someone who's drawing comic art all the time, and that's your focus, and that's what you want to be doing, without a more classical art school sort of training or tutorial or whatever you want to call it, I sort of feel like you're always going to be searching for a really tight, really neat style, something that's very graphic. You probably won't be ever inclined to do gesture drawing or blind gestures where you can't even look at the page. Have you guys ever done blind gestures? I love them. You find a really detailed subject like a pair of old boots, and you stare at that, and then you draw on the page without actually looking at the page. And you've got to imagine your pen's like ants crawling all over the page, and wherever they walk is where the trail of the graphite goes. I'm a big fan of blind contours and stuff like that. If you're not, if you're doing a traditional comic book artist, if you're sitting there looking at Jim Lee images and trying to, ape him or develop your style or whatever, you're probably not doing this sort of wanky fine art type stuff. But there's a real benefit to it, and I found that it really loosened up the way that I draw and I create, and I think I'm better off for it. I mean, yeah, Stephen King. Amanda's saying she hasn't read as many Stephen King books. I got to do Raph with the red mask. Come on. He's definitely, for me, about the journey, not the destination. Like a lot of people have said, his endings sometimes can be weak. They don't really hit. Yeah, something like Needful Things is probably my favorite Stephen King book. Was for a long time. I think it's been replaced by the one about Kennedy's assassination. I thought I'd hate it. A Kennedy assassination book. Thought I can't think of anything less interesting, but Stephen King wrote it, so I'll give it a go. And it was amazing. It was really good. I really liked it. And the James Franco television series does a pretty good job of translating it. King stuff definitely works better as a mini series as opposed to a movie. Really, short stories make good movies, and his longer form storytelling, his novels, make good series. I didn't watch Under the Dome. I watched like half the first episode, didn't grab me, but I didn't finish the book either. So Needful Things finishes in a really weird way where the cop, who's in a couple of other books, which I like. I like the fact that there's he's got a bit of a shared universe happening, not with everything, but just some of his products, some of his IP exists alongside others. The cop uses like a magician's magic trick to trick the bad guy and win the day, and it's just kind of flat. You think, really, this big bad guy has got the whole town killing each other. He's got everybody at odds with each other. He's managed to turn husband against wife and wife against dog. And he gets beaten by a magician's trick. And it wasn't like thematic or anything. It wasn't like, that links back in with it. No, it was just like a distraction, and it seemed really flat. So his endings aren't usually as good as the journey to get to the ending. But that's okay, because if you're only reading books for the endings, I mean, why are you reading books? I'm not telling people how they should read books, but I'm totally telling people how they should read books. The ending's the least important part. I did enjoy writing the ending of my first novel, though, because it was a chance to, as a detective novel, urban fantasy sort of supernatural elements detective novel, and I got a chance to wrap everything up. I got a chance to say, so after it all went down, this person who was a suspect ended up moving to here and getting married, and you get to catch up with all the characters and see what they're doing to set up the new normal for the next book, because there's about 10 of them I've got planned. I've written 3, but I've got to get some cover art done for them, and then I'll chuck them up on Amazon and start building that little revenue stream as well. He doesn't look nearly as long on the card as he does on the screen. He looks really, really a chest shell. I don't know what that is. I think I was feeling the Cable one more than this. I think the good thing about Cable is you can cheat when you're drawing him. He's got so many gribbly bits and extras and stuff on it. You can just chuck straps and pads and bandoliers and that sort of thing. And it doesn't have to really make sense. You just sort of accept that it's there. But I'm definitely a better author for having read Stephen King. A lot of people want to like poo-poo his stuff for political reasons, or because his endings are weak, or yeah, I used to like Leonardo when I was a kid, but everybody liked Leonardo because he had the swords, and swords are cool. And you didn't want to be the same as everybody else, so I sort of shifted to Raphael because Donatello was a nerd, Michelangelo was a bit of an idiot. I'm talking 80s Ninja Turtles, and so I ended up liking Raphael, and then a lot of modern Ninja Turtle media really focuses on Raphael. Even that CG movie, that animated computer CGI movie that came out probably 10 years ago now, with Ninja Turtles fighting those magic statues, that was that had a big focus on Raphael. All right, so we've got cards 1 and 2. I think I might come back and chuck some tone behind Raphael in a minute so that it's... No sound. I turned off because the little fella came in, seeing what I was up to, and I just wanted to say good day to him because he's only just woke up. He's not feeling well. Yeah, so there we go. It's cards 1 and 2 done. Let's move on to card 3. I think I'm going to go back and do that Mechanicus, Adeptus Mechanicus I was talking about from 40k. Love 40k. Fantastic universe. A lot of fun. I did read the Lost Pages. It was my favorite character was a toss-up between Masquerade and Silhouette, because they both got that sort of pulpy vigilante street level type stuff, which really is my favorite level of ability for a character to be operating at. There's so much you can do with that. The stakes are higher. I mean, you got big Avengers, end of the world type, end of the universe type stuff, but it doesn't really do it for me. It's always so overwrought, and I suppose a lifetime of reading comics and knowing that those sort of things always end up resetting. It's like, okay, well, Thanos had the Infinity Gauntlet, he wiped out a bunch of people. I mean, I'm talking about the comic book now. I still haven't seen the movie, and then they get the gauntlet back, and Warlock gets the gauntlet back, and they just reset everything. And it's like, really, if this event hadn't have happened, aside from Thanos' specific character development, nothing really mattered. The story didn't matter. Nothing really mattered. So with street level stuff, I think you got less of an inclination to reset and say, oh, this didn't happen and this didn't matter. All right, so if you guys don't know the Adeptus Mechanicus, I don't know that much about their because their fluff or the lore behind them has grown heaps in the last couple of years. I love 40k for gaming. I love it for Necromunda, for Inquisitor, for all those little, again, that street level sort of stuff. I've got an Orc army, you know, like I play 40k as well, but I don't keep up on, like some people love all the Primarchs and all the 30k stuff, and I'm like, it doesn't really interest me. To me, that's all the stuff that came before that gave me the opportunity to have this great world like it is now. And I don't really need to worry about too much what happened before. I mean, a lot of the people in the world don't even know what happened before. They're very ignorant of it. They, you know, say people live their whole life and never even, like, Space Marines are just rumors. Most people don't even know if they're real or not. It's not like it's saying it's really common. There's only so many thousand of them in the universe, in the whole known universe. And it's a big universe in 40k. It's probably one of the biggest. You know, someone had a poll the other day saying who would win, Thanos or the Emperor? Not Thanos, Darkseid or the Emperor. And I'm like, look, I'd never thought I'd say that anybody would face their old Darkseid, but if anybody could, it would be the Emperor. 40k just operates on a different level. It's the most powerful and least powerful at the same time. It's the least reliable, but the most destructive. And people criticize it because they took lots of inspiration and ideas from other media. But I mean, that's been happening for a long time. A lot of people have done it, and you know, I don't really care. This is, you know, some people. This is the same attitude. Some people say, oh, you know, you said you're going to drop Disney Plus because of what they did to Gina Carano, and then you didn't. You're there watching Falcon and Winter Soldier, you know. And then some people will say, well, I don't care. I don't care. I want to watch the show. That's more important to me than what happened to her. Some people wear a mask and say, I don't care. I'll just wear the mask because it's easier, you know. So people say, you know, 40k, the Arbiters were stolen from Judge Dredd. I don't care. They're fun. I can enjoy them, and I can enjoy Judge Dredd. I'm not going to not like something because people were being derivative when it was all being created like 40 years ago. This stuff's been around since the 70s and the 80s. What's the point of being mad about stuff from then? I mean, they stole a lot of stuff. The Highlander, everything from 2000 AD, bit of Starship Troopers, bit of Dune. I mean, the guy who runs 40k Universe, for humans anyway, is called the Emperor of Mankind. I mean, that's straight out of Dune. And Quaff, I don't blame you for not collecting the figures. They cost a bloody fortune. However, I just bought a 3D printer with my wife's money because I don't have any money because all my money goes towards the company, man. So I'll be able to print some of my own stuff in the near future, which is really cool. I'm really looking forward to that. I've had it for about a month and I haven't even opened the box. And my son, he keeps saying, Dad, you haven't used it for years. I said, I know. Well, I want to use it. I want it. Kid, I want to use it. Nobody wants to use it more than me. But I need it. I need a day without them. I need a day without the missus. I just need a day on my own to watch the videos and get caught up and get it set up in the shed, level off my table to make sure I'm not getting crooked prints because the table's not level, stuff like that. You can't do that. When people say, you have kids, goodbye to a whole bunch of freedoms and time and yourself, I didn't realize to the extent that was true. And then, in the same breath, somebody would say, oh, I wouldn't trade them for anything. And you wouldn't. The joy that you get when they wake up, and like my little fella, he just woke up a minute ago, he's calling you, Dad, where are you? I said, I'm in here doing a stream. Come in and saw me. He's like, oh, Dad. It's like, you just saw me, like you slept next to me because he's having bad dreams, so I went and got on with him. I said, you saw me all night, you slept next to me, you saw me all day yesterday, and still he's absolutely amazed and just grateful to be able to see me. I mean, you can't. Dogs don't do that. Cats don't do that. Even your wife doesn't do that, like to that same degree. The amount of unconditional love, especially in these early years, I'm finding. Like, I can do no wrong at this point. I'm sure I'll screw up in the future, but right now, I can do no wrong by these kids. I think I'm just the best thing ever. But you don't have time to do. I mean, this, he's coming in asking for something to eat, so I have to give him something to eat. It does interfere with a lot of the other stuff that you're doing. This is a pretty quick picture, this one. You guys can't even see it. You'll see it better when I chuck the inks on. And here I'm telling you that gravity makes things fall down and water's wet. Yes, you're going to see it better when the ink's on. That's the whole bloody point, isn't it? And we're going to see if we can fit a little servo skull in here somewhere, because, look, it's not 40k without a servo skull. I make sure all the important characters have a little servo skull. If you don't know what a servo skull is, it's a servitor skull. So they're in service to the people who own them. And the idea is that they're a little skull, and the AI is run by the remnants of the brain and the implants and the programming inside of this skull that used to be a person. And they do little logistical things. Sometimes they might hide tiny digital weapons inside of them, and you can use them to distract or attack an enemy. They might hack something like that. They're like a little floating iPhone that looks like a skull and does what it's told and can attack enemies for you. So that's pretty great. I did enjoy Malice Darkblade as well. I like the old Warhammer comics; they were great, and we got some good characters like Cal Jericho. Cal Jericho is still my favorite Necromunda model of all time. Jason finished WandaVision. I haven't. I watched Black Widow with my wife last night. Really liked it. I'm like 8, 9 out of 10. Like, it's just a good, fun spy movie with a bit of superpowered stuff and some backflips and stuff. Like Red Guardian was a lot of fun, and you know all the family stuff, you know, coming together and choosing one another, even though they weren't really like that stuff all got to me. Maybe if I was still single or younger or older and cynical or whatever, I might have found that stuff on the nose, but it really worked for me. I find all that, anything to do with kids, anything to do with family, it just gets me these days. I'm just a big old sook now. So people, you know, sometimes Yelena was a bit, you know, of a trial. She's doing a little quips and stuff, but I mean, that's not enough. You got to be looking for something to be angry about if her 6 quips in the course of the movie made you not like it. You know, like I don't know what people wanted out of it, but I thought it was just a really good, fun spy movie. That's the first Marvel thing I've seen since Civil War. I never saw the second Ant-Man. I never saw Black Panther. I never saw any of the Infinity stuff. I read the comics. I don't need to see it. Mechanicus are great because there's so much gribbly stuff on it. You don't even have to know what you're drawing. You just draw detail and it works. He's got a bionic eye. I won't shade that. I'll use grey on it in a minute. And their robes are almost universally red, so I might do some sort of like red highlight all around it. Yeah, they destroyed Taskmaster. That bothered me because I've been a big fan of Taskmaster. And you sort of, you know, you think things in your head like, what's the name of the woman who directed it? Kate something Kate. I'm like, I don't know how old you are, but I'll bet there's pretty good money. I've been a fan of Taskmaster longer than you've been alive. And if that's not the case, I've been a fan of Taskmaster longer than you've been reading comics, longer than you've even heard that he existed, you know? So there's sort of that element where it's like, screw you, who are you to destroy a character that I like? And, you know, this might be the one chance we ever get to see Tony on the screen, and we don't get it now. It's been destroyed. But I will say, in terms of the story of Black Widow's redemption, her ability to grow as a character, I think making this Taskmaster the girl that she killed, spoilers, if you haven't seen it, sorry, it actually works better than just having him be cool, quippy, calm, in control Tony Masters out there busting caps. Like, it would have been great to see the real Taskmaster, but in terms of the story, he would have just been, I'm trying to think of an example. Example in a movie, he would have been like Vegeta. He would have been like, Vegeta's cool and all, and he's tough and he's fun to watch and he's a fun character, but he very rarely matters. You could replace, if they hadn't made Vegeta, if Vegeta hadn't turned good, if he'd stayed evil and died, and somebody else from the Ginyu Force decided to stick with Goku, or if Tien kept, or Piccolo, let's say Piccolo kept getting stronger and didn't get completely nerfed, he could do everything that essentially a Vegeta does in terms of the story. Like, Vegeta doesn't really matter, and he's probably my favorite Dragon Ball character, the man called Weebo Sabi. So same sort of thing with Taskmaster. You could have, instead of Task, it could have been Kraven. It could have been, if you're just going to have Taskmaster be Tony Masters kicking Black Widow in the face, which would be fun. Not the misogyny, just the fact that it'd be the real Taskmaster. You could replace him with nearly any. You could replace him with Deathstroke, and none of the Marvel normies that even know the difference. They wouldn't even know that it was a different character. They wouldn't know that Deathstroke wasn't a Marvel character. That's my point. But having her be the girl that Black Widow killed, and then doing her redemption, you know, apologizing, saving her, like going so far as to save this woman that wants her dead, it's much better in terms of the story. So I got to serve the story on this one. And, you know, if they did keep Tony Taskmaster, they probably would have changed his race, or, you know, they would have done something to screw it up. They would have made him woke. They would have made him some sort of rampart incel misogynist who hates women, as opposed to like, I'm getting paid, I'll kill whoever, I don't care. Like, don't think it's because you've got a vagina. It's just because I'm getting paid to kill you. Don't flatter yourself. I'll kill literally anybody for money. So I don't think I've got too much to complain about there. So yeah, I enjoyed Black Widow, but I haven't seen any of the other Marvel stuff. WandaVision, Falcon, and Winter Soldier looked super woke to me. If Jason's saying that WandaVision didn't do anything for him, that's probably means it's not worth watching at all. Then, like, I'm good. That's somebody whose opinion on those things that you can definitely take to the bank. He's a very scholarly sort of dude, that Jason Black. If you're not following him on Twitter, you're doing yourself a disservice. He's always got something interesting to say. I love shilling my friends, just saying, hey, this is, you know, if you guys know the 5 love languages, if you've read that book, somebody did a post about it the other day, and they said, what's your love language? And people like, beer, penises. It's like, that's not what she's talking about. There's a book called The 5 Love Languages. If you don't know it, check it out. And it tells you how different people experience love in different ways. And there's 5 ways: acts of service, quality of time, gifts, words of affirmation, and physical touch. And like a lot of guys think physical touch is obviously their love language, because we always been wanting to bust a nut 24/7, never begging for a rain check. However, you'll find that the way that you experience love is often the way that you display it. And when you don't get it received in that way, you don't feel love. So, for example, I'm a words of affirmation person. I need to hear positive words of affirmation from the people that matter to me to reassure me that I'm doing a good job. If they say, hey, come and go fishing with me, I'm like, that sounds boring. I hate fishing. But they're a quality time person. Like, why doesn't Lee want to come fishing with me? I love him and I want him to spend time with me. And that's how I show time, is by spending quality time. I feel like he doesn't love me. And then we're not talking, so then I don't get words of affirmation from this person. And then I don't feel loved. So, you know, it's worth checking out this book, because it'll revolutionize the way that you talk to anybody, not even people that you love. But you'll see, like, your work colleagues, you'll see, oh, this person is acts of service. They've done this thing for me to show appreciation. Thanks, Ryan Cardinal. Thanks, man. Yeah, they'll be doing something to show appreciation. You know, like in my last job, before I got blacklisted from the industry, essentially, I got cancelled. I don't talk about it a lot, but I got cancelled for something that wasn't my fault. But what can you do about it now? The union's looking into it. We'll see how that goes. Comrade, call me Mark. I'll be happy to know I'm talking about unions. But it looks like I'll probably never be able to work in that industry again, which makes me a little sad. But that's where we're at. And you know, I was saying to the person who was the boss there, I said, look, you know, I'm a words of affirmation person. I'm not saying you got to love me, but I'm saying, like, I need positive feedback to know I'm doing a good job. If all I'm getting from you is the negative, it's going to wear me down. Like, my soul, my psyche needs to hear, not even good job, just competent job. Congratulations on achieving the bare minimum for your position. Like, that's enough. Just to let me know I'm on track. And this person, I said, they go, you know, it's a woman, so there's issues there. Like, we're not gelling at all. I don't know if she had a father who had a beard and that triggered her or something. That's a legit. My wife's like, I think probably you remind her of a man because she's such a misandrist. And my wife said, I think you must remind her of a man that was in her life, and she's sort of taking, you know, that out on you, because the way that she treats you does not match up with the way that you perform in the job role. And so I think that's pretty accurate. And I said, all I need is just to hear positivity. Tell me when I do a good job. But all I got was negativity, and it wore me down. So I love talking up my friends, because I'm a words of affirmation person. So if I'm saying I really appreciate someone's comments, or I really appreciate somebody, or I think this guy's a smart guy or a clever guy, I'm saying Firewatch's, you know, his scripts are fantastic. I think he's probably, along with Michael Oden and the Zaid boys, I think probably Firewatch is, and Otto Grunwald. If you haven't seen Otto Grunwald's stuff on Tappers, definitely go check that out. He's so good. He's like the next Grant Morrison of this generation, but nobody knows it. He's the best hidden secret in all of well, anybody's working in indie comics right now. And you know, if I say that stuff, if I say these guys, Zaid brothers and Odin and and Firewatch and Otto Grunwald are some of the best writers going right now. I say that because I believe it, and I want people to know that, and I want to share that with people. And I think they're cool dudes, so I say positive stuff. You'll find people, I find, you might not, but I think you will. I think you'll agree with me. People sometimes initially get a bit unnerved when you're effusive, when you're positive, when you say, hey, great job, I appreciate you, I appreciate that. Like, it makes them feel weird. For a lot of people, they think everything's got to be sexual. But if you keep at it, it's like, oh, I appreciate you, no homo. If you keep at the positivity, if you keep reminding people why they matter and what they've done right and all that sort of stuff, I think you will find they respond to it more and more over time, and then you'll get it in return. You can change the culture of a workplace by engaging in positivity. I mean, that's just human psyche 101. I don't think nobody can deny that. Nobody can say, thanks, Jason. I'm just rambling. I remember in school, the teacher would ask you to get up and do just like I don't have a really dark pen. Where's the really darkest pen I got? They get you to get up and just do like an impromptu speak. And thanks for the K's, boys, and potentially ladies. I don't know if there's any ladies left in the chat, but thanks. When I say boys, it's almost a non-gender specific boy, but part of it is I don't actually have any female friends. So aside from my wife, who is literally my best friend, and that's, talk about being successful in a relationship, that's where it works. When you can literally say my wife is my best friend, that if there's nobody else I'd rather spend time with, and after spending all day with her, I still want to spend more time with her. But I don't understand those guys that are like, oh, my wife's an amazing goddess and I'm an awful Weasley pile of animal droppings and not worthy to be in her. No, I'm a catch. I'm fantastic. You want to bang me. You want to be on a date with me. But I do appreciate her. She's great. So I don't really have any female friends. So when I say boys, it's probably just because that's who I'm used to hanging out with. But I remember in school, the teacher make you get up and just do an impromptu speech. She'd say, all right, just give you a topic and off you go. I think they just ran out of stuff to do, And I'd do this thing where they'd give me a topic, something like oranges, something really bland, something that's not, well, you can talk about oranges for 4 minutes. So I talk about oranges and I say, they're fruit and they come from this part of the world and they were brought to the New World by the Crusaders. I didn't have to be true. I just make it up. And you say, the Crusaders were knights, and knights is the opposite day. And day is the time of the day when is when the sun's up in the sky and we can see the sun. The sun's an orb, just like the earth. The earth is. You just prattle on. And Dean talking about my Wonder Woman review. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed Wonder Woman 84. I went in there with such low expectations because everybody had been trashing it, and it's just a fun adventure. I mean, there's some stuff like with the whole her sleeping with a dude trapped in another dude's body sort of thing. That was a bit rapey. They should. Oh, I didn't outline. Did I outline Raphael? I didn't outline Raphael. That's what's bugging me. I didn't outline him. You cannot. It's not an artwork if you haven't outlined it. Oh, we're regressing, people. We've gone from having 2 done to having 1 done. So anyway, I watched it with my wife. Watched Wonder Woman 84 with my wife, and she really enjoyed it. And everybody was sagging on it. I said, I can't fault it. Like it was like a 10 out of 10 movie. It was just so much fun. It was all positive and upbeat. Again, all the stuff with the kid. He's there with his kid trying to be a better man for his son. Like that stuff gets to me. I get all that. That hits me right where I live. So I got her to do like a live review with me. We downloaded it, and YouTube wouldn't let me load it up. But she's a crack up. She's on there doing a live commentary with me. I wanted to do one with Black Widow as well, but she just does not have time at the moment. She's on her 4th promotion this year, and now it looks like she's going to be lining her up to open a new branch because she's done so well where she's at. But now she's being headhunted by another company saying, hey, we see what you're doing over there. Would you like to come work here on a smaller scale with less hassle, but same amount of money? And she's really considering that. And it's not even a move. Like it's 30 minutes in the other direction by car, in traffic, but it's not any further away. It's just the other direction. So the same way you've got to consider. We wouldn't have to move. Basically the same money for a lot less work. So she doesn't have time to do reviews anymore, unfortunately. I think they bring Raph together. That was the problem. That was what was bugging me. We'll do the same thing with this tech priest here. Put an outline on him first, and that helps bring the whole thing together. I did buy a correction pen to do white highlights, but I think I'd probably use that more if I was using ink washes and stuff like that. And I've got, what do you call them? Those like aqua pens. It's like you can hold fluid in them, water, fluid. Hopefully it's just water. I don't know what other fluid you're putting in your pen. And then you use watercolor pencils, and you then use this, it's like a brush pen with fluid in it, with water in it. Stop saying fluid. People are going to think you're talking about semen. And then you use that like a brush, but because it's all contained within the pen, you don't have to worry about spillage and that sort of thing. But these cards, I think, are much too glossy to be able to do that. So I'll probably just stick with the pens like I'm using at the moment. But I would like to use the, it's only the third card, Fair Income. This is going to take me a lot longer than I thought it would. It is because I'm self-conscious. So I'm here going, I don't want to, like I could just smash them out a lot quicker if I wasn't talking, and if I wasn't, concerned about trying to do a good job. If I just went loose with it, like real art school loose, real Bill Sienkiewicz sort of loose, like he knows what he's doing, but sometimes it's like he doesn't care. So, yeah, I know what it looks like, but you're going to buy it anyway. Putting him on Spider-Man on inks that was a hell of a choice. I don't know what they were thinking. I think there's nobody else doing it at the time. It was Clone Saga. Sal Buscema was about to head out. Nobody else wanted to work on Spectacular Spider-Man. It was always Amazing Spider-Man's, ugly duckling cousin. I think I'm mixing metaphors there. Yeah, it's a good point. That's a good point, Jason. I don't want to do any headshots, Dean. I think headshots are cheap. It's not as much fun. It's like if I drew Cyclops with these. No, not Cyclops. It's not a good example. Like you can draw Bruce Wayne, Dick Grayson, Clark Kent without glasses next to each other. You're basically getting the same picture. I don't like that. I want to give people characters. But for all I know, these are going to go in the bin. People might not value these sort of things. Like I've said before, I'm not big on tchotchkes. I don't really worry about them too much. That never, like, no tchotchke ever makes me go, oh snap, I'm gonna buy that. I'm gonna buy that book. I buy the books I like the book. The bookmarks and all that stuff doesn't interest me. I don't use bookmarks. I don't need one, even though there's some that look very, very cool. It's not saying that's really a big priority for me. So like a lot of people, I think if I bought those things or they come with the comic, they just end up in the drawer. But I buy digital mostly anyway, because I do comic book reviews, which I think most people on this chat right now probably already know that I do comic book reviews. And the last one I did was a doozy. It was Amelia Clark's one about Mother of Madness, Khaleesi. Like I said in the review, Mother of Madness, Mother of Dragons, that's pretty derivative. I don't feel like she was bringing her A game with that one. Can you guys see what I'm doing? Yep. And it is bad. It is next level bad. But then, I realized that I did a tweet about it this morning. Did a tweet on the internets with the Facebook. Oh, I think I'm funny. I should draw Mother of Madness, Dean. That'd be a good idea. I wonder if I could make that costume look good. I don't think anybody can make that costume look good. She did it because it's a Netflix pitch, isn't it? It's a movie pitch. She's saying, hey, because the character even looks like her. So she's saying, here's this comic. Here's the accreditation and acclaim that it got. Here's this character looking like me. Let's make comic book movies are big. It's super feminist, men bad. Let's make this happen. Let's make this a real book. And that's what's going to happen. Like, it's going to get optioned. If it's not a Netflix deal, it's going to be a movie deal. Hey, do you guys know that if you saw that review I did a while ago, because I haven't done a lot of reviews lately, I just haven't been feeling it. I sort of felt, after the company man didn't even make its money back, I'm like, oh man, like, is it even worth doing this? Like, I do enjoy the reviews, but they're a lot of work. And I just didn't know if anybody cared. I don't know if it was worth even doing, honestly. But that Mother of Madness was so bad, I had to say something. But a while ago, I did a review on a book called The Antagonists. And that's just been apparently optioned for a movie or a TV series deal. And it's just like some dude off Kickstarter. Like, this dude's living the dream, man. It's not even a big company. Like, they've got a couple of books, but it's not, it's like one of us getting a movie deal. I can't believe this guy just got, approached by Hollywood. But the book is, super racially charged. And that's something I mentioned in the review, to the point where it's actually the majority of the story. I was actually pretty negative in my review, and the guys were gracious about it. They said, thanks for the review. We're trying to do better and better and better. And He offered to send me free stuff, which I didn't take him up on the offer because I don't want anybody to know my home address because I'm paranoid that way. But yeah, to his credit, and I'll be honest, in my head, I was like, well, if these guys blow up at me, that's good PR, isn't it? I didn't like, you guys know my reviews, I'm fair. I didn't set out to piss anybody off, but I thought, but if these guys get mad on me calling out their race baiting, it's going to make me look good, you know, and that's a bit of attention. Same way that this Khaleesi video has got the most views I think I've ever gotten on a video, except maybe that heavy metal one I did a while ago. The drama really does sell. That Khaleesi video took me all day to make fair income. That was a whole day. Not getting that day back. And you know, they didn't take the, wasn't bait, but they didn't take the bait, and they just said, thanks for the feedback, we'll try and do better in the future. So, you know, credit to them. I'll be interested to see how the rest of the series goes, because it's pretty, like, they know what they're doing. They know that they were doing political, racial stuff because that's what's going to sell. And I, you know, when I'm writing my books, I never think about, is this going to be Hollywood bait? You know, I just think this is the story I want to tell. And most of my stories come from, I joked one time, I said, all right, I'll come and get you something in a second. You know, probably 70% of my ideas are, let's add Batman. You get a situation, you get some movie, you pick some random movie, The Departed or Heat of the Night or something, you know, Sidney Poitier. They call me Mr. Tibbs. I love that movie. And then you add Batman. You just add Batman. Or Batman analog, some version of Batman, you know. It's like, imagine if, you know, Sidney Poitier went down south, they called me Mr. Tibbs, the whole thing. But he was also a costume vigilante, you know, gas pellets, tasers, all that business. Like, you're already thinking, yeah, I would read that. Of course you would read that. Batman makes nearly everything better. I'm not even that big of a Batman fan, but I don't like Batman that much. I like him enough. I don't like who he's become. I don't like what they've done to him. I'll always be a big fan of Superman, though. He's my first superhero I love. I'll always love Superman and what he stands for. So I don't think about, is this going to be good Hollywood bait? I think, is this a story I want to tell? Is a story that's going to entertain? Somebody's talking about Josh Howard's seriously fantastic book, T-Bird and Throttle. If you haven't read that, check it out. That's a love letter to all things well written, all good written comics. This guy knows comics, loves comics. You know, you can't write a book that good and not love comics. But you know, someone said it's a fantastic story from beginning to end, and it is. And I'm glad I read it. I'm glad I own it and I bought it. But it's not necessarily a story I would tell. It's so not even formulaic. So that's number 3, the Tech Priest. Not formulaic, but it fits like that Pixar formula. The stuff that happened on page 1 matters on page 10, and that's good writing. It is good writing. But for me, it's just more about kicking down doors and seeing cool shit happen. I really just want, like, maybe that's why I like Black Widow so much. You know. So this is card number 3, fair income. This is going to take me a lot longer than I thought. Thanks for backing the company, man. Because this is what geniuses do. They narrate as they write. This is card number 3, and it's Tech Priest. Oh, kind of feel like I need to fill his robes in, but I don't know with what. Seems a bit. I can't promise I won't come back to this one and touch it up a little bit. Anyway, card number 4. Nearly lunchtime. So if I can get, I was thinking I'd probably knock out 10 cards a day. That'd take me 20 days. If I can do 5 cards a day, which is easy. Piece of piss, as they say over here in Australia. Jason, do they say piece of piss in New Zealand as well? Or is that just an Australianism? If I knock out 5 cards a day, that's only 40 days. Easy done. By the time the book's printed, they'll all be finished and ready to go over to RJ for him to slip it into Draw the Embrace. Ah, mate. That's a big ask. I was going to say, where's my pencil? But that's racially charged. I will Draw the Embrace crouching on a gargoyle, like all good spooky supernatural heroes should. if you guys don't know, is anybody who doesn't know The Embrace? Come on, come on. You know, only one of the best IPs to come out of indie comics in the last 12 months. One of the most fully realized, self-contained properties. The property that I've said many times, I'm angry that I didn't think of it. That's the best. That's the best compliment I can give anything. You look at something and you go, "Shit, now I can't do that." You know what I mean? But you know, fair call. He got there first, and I wouldn't have done it exactly the same. But there's elements there that I'm like, oh, that's. I didn't know I wanted. I didn't know I wanted to make The Embrace until I saw The Embrace. So obviously you can't claim it because you didn't come up with it. But gee, I wish I had. No, I don't, because now I get to read it, and Dean and Odin rightfully get the success they deserve with it, and that, you know, like Dean said, we're working on a story together as well. He's doing the art, and I'm doing the the writing. Obviously, I wouldn't be doing the art, and he said it's going to be great because we're going to be able to bill it as from the creators of the company Men in the Embrace, you know, or co-creator of the Embrace in his case. Like that's a hell of a way to be able to bill your book. Let's see. The hands over the shoulders is what gets me. That's like the you know, it's ballsy to try a design choice like that. For Dean to go, you know what I'm going to do? You know where I'm going to put the extra hands to symbolize that it's the embrace and he's embracing? Let me tell you where I'm going to put the hands. And if this is my character and he told me, so we're going to have hands come over the shoulder, I'm like, nah, get out of here. Get out of here. Jason says they do say piece of piss, but not that much. Yeah. Yeah. It's not something I hear a lot over here, but it is, you know, it is very Australian to say that. All right, that was a quick one. Is this the right pen? It looks like the right pen. Okay, so I've got to really quickly go get the kids some breakfast. They're just asking for a snack. So I will be back in like, I don't know, 5 minutes. I know what you want. I'll get it for you in a minute. Wait a minute. Off you go.
Tell me what Lizzie wants.
It's a great start to life. They don't even listen to me. I say off you go, and he just keeps talking. No, that's adorable. Yeah, I'll be right back. Ooh. That Raphael's just got so much dead space around it. I feel like I need to go back and do something with it. There we go. All right. I'll be back in a minute. Thanks for being patient. Hashtag day life. Thanks for waiting, everyone. So, I was actually strangely, I don't know, that wrap, I'm going to have to go back and put some more hatching on it. I think I'm still not quite happy with it. But, my problem is if I want to be happy with every single picture I draw, it's never going to get done, is it? Before I started this stream, I was actually a little bit nervous about it. Not because of my ability to talk at all, mind you, just haven't drawn for a long time, especially traditionally. Gee, it's been some time since I've done any sort of traditional drawing that wasn't just sketchy sort of, concept type stuff for costumes and that. And even then, I tend to do those on the tablet on Photoshop anyway. But this has been super chill. You guys have been really nice about everything, and really enjoyed it. So I think hold on. Oh, what was I saying? I don't know. How many people are here at the moment? I don't even know how to find that out. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to doing the rest of them. I did a little bit of maths in my head and sort of worked it. If I'm doing 5 a day, which is pretty easy on stream, and then, but not on the weekends, because that's family time. It's going to take me a lot longer to get them done than I thought. So I might have to either do some off camera, which is not ideal because I much prefer to be having a chat with you guys while I'm doing it, or I'm going to have to do them on weekends, which I just don't think is going to work. So something to think about as I try to plan the rest of this. I don't know if it's something I'll do again in the future. I don't if I don't hear back, if I do 200 cards and I don't get a single person saying, hey, that was really cool. If it's just not even negative, just neutral, you got to go, well, was the time spent, this time that I spent doing all these cards, would I have been better off? When I write novel, when I write literature, I can do a good 5,000 words a day if I'm not interrupted. You guys see how often I'm not interrupted. Am I better off writing another book in that time, chucking that up on Amazon, let that make money for me? Evergreen content, I've heard somebody very wise talking about evergreen content lately. You make a book and you put it up there on Amazon, it'll work for you for the rest of your life. So maybe doing this sort of thing once the company mends out, once it's established, it might not be the best use of my time. I love drawing old crumbly brick. I'm not saying I'm particularly good at it, but I do enjoy it. These old smokestacks and chimneys that are barely staying together. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a paleontologist, and then I ended up becoming an evolution denier. So I thought, what else am I going to do? I really like comics. I became a comic book artist, but I was just never good enough. Unfortunately, it's, like I was saying before, it's a real skill to be able to draw mundane scenes. You can't just have a comic that's non-stop cool stuff all the time. It'll wear people out. There's got to be time for exposition. There's got to be time for a bit of real life. I mean, even if you're doing some sort of Conan comic, he's still sitting in a tavern sometimes. He's still just finished banging 12 hookers and looking for 12 more because he's Conan. That's what he does. There's plenty of people that can draw really, really cool pinups. So, yeah, but can they turn that into, an actual page, a page with stuff happening on it? There's people who I've commissioned to work from, like, that's fantastic. What's your page rate? And they're like, I just do pinups. I don't do comic pages. I'm like, I get it, man. I get it. It's a tough gig. And like I know Dean, he's got a story he's working on of his own. It's a fantastic script. I'm fortunate enough to have a look at it. And there's a lot of trees in it. A lot of trees. There's a lot of teasing Dean about, Dean, you can draw these trees because there's hundreds. There's a bit set in the forest. So he's just drawing trees all day. And it was driving him spare. So, not only do you have to draw the mundane, but you got to draw stuff over and over again. A book that I reviewed a while ago called Shaolin Nun had a scene set in a cafeteria. And after the first 2 panels, the artist just started doing what am I trying to say? Like a gradient background across the back. Instead of having any actual detail, it's just like a yellow to red gradient in the background, because he realized, I'm not drawing this cafeteria with 30 tables and 400 chairs in every single panel. You think he'd call up the writer and say, can we set it anywhere but a cafeteria? I mean, really, with all the geometry and the angles and the furniture, a cafeteria's got to be one of the hardest places in the world to draw a scene in. And it was just a talking scene. So they're sitting there talking, and in the background constantly is all of these chairs. I don't think so, not for me. And that's another reason I could never really be a comic book artist, I think. Aside from, not being good enough, that's one of the major ones, is those mundane scenes. Like, I couldn't do it. I struggle to finish drawing a picture of something I want to draw. And then there's the anatomy and the light sources and all that stuff. I don't pay enough attention to those sort of things. I just draw what I think should go where. You ever seen some of Alex Ross's art when he was a kid? And he's already better at putting shadows and light sources in at 12 than I am at 40. It's just the way it is. People say, if you practice, you can get better. If you practice, you can. Anybody can draw. Yeah, anybody can draw. Anybody can write. Doesn't mean they can draw and write well. I think that. Put an elbow there. Talent is a huge part. There is genetic talent that cannot be discounted, and discount it's really foolish. My dad's a pretty decent artist. My grandmother's a really good artist, his mother. So it's definitely, there's definitely a genetic component there. And I think people that aren't naturally talented want to hold on to this whole, if I practice, I can get good, to give them some hope that, they will actually get good. And I'm not saying you can't get better, but in his book on writing, which is one of the best books about writing, Stephen King said a good writer can get great and a great writer can get excellent, but a good writer will never get excellent. He says there's sort of a limit to how much you can actually achieve and how much you can do. So know those limitations. And I think it's a pretty safe way to think about things. I mean, I remember thinking as a teenager, all right, I want to have a book, comic book drawn. I want to be published by the time I'm 21, and then I hit 40. I'm like, shit, I'm nearly twice the age I said I was going to be published by, and I've done nothing. I'm nowhere, So you have all these big dreams, but without that natural component, that natural talent to get you started, you're always going to be behind the 8 ball. He might be somebody like Eric Larson, who's no one's ever going to accuse of being a great artist, but he's functional, and he's got his style. His style's gotten worse in the last couple of years. But there was a time he was working on Spider-Man. I mean, that's a pretty big coup. So you might get to Eric Larson's level. People will knock Eric Larson and Rob Liefeld. I've said to the boys a bunch of times, I said, mate, if I could draw as good as Rob Liefeld, and I've been able to draw that good since I was a kid, a young man, 20-ish, you guys would be reading my 10th comic, not backing my first. Like I would be so on it. I'd have made so many books by now, you don't even know. If I could reliably draw to the level of Rob Liefeld in sequential art, I would have been making comics non-stop. But I sit down to draw a page, and even just the basic composition fails me. Trying to draw a table and chair set with all the lines, the geometry, the construction lines, that'd just do my head in. I couldn't do it. So I leave that to talented people like Dean James, and decided to focus on the writing. And it turns out I enjoyed the writing better anyway. I like the conceptualization. I like getting a germ of an idea and then brainstorming and expanding it until it becomes something really functional. I mean, I had a story idea the other day, and it didn't come through in a place of good faith. I didn't have this story idea and go, this is a good story to tell because it's a good story to tell. This is like, dunk on the SJWs, which doesn't happen often. But it was in the midst of another character being race swapped. I was just so sick of it. And I thought, what if you had like a Dark Knight Returns type thing, and you got your Batman guy and he's retired, and the plucky Hispanic girl discovers his identity and finds all of his stuff and says, I could be the new Batwoman, you know. And old white man Batman is like, oh, I don't think that's a good idea. But she gets him to come around, you know, and he trains her and have a bit of breakthrough and, you know, all that sort of stuff. And then she goes out on her first night on patrol. She's got all the gear, the updated costume. She's there to strike a blow against the patriarchy and for POCs everywhere. And then her first night out, she runs into the Joker and gets face rolled and thrown into a death trap, like Adam West style old death trap. She's completely incompetent. She can't beat a single thug because these guys weigh 240 pounds and she weighs as much as one of Donald DeLay's bowel movements, which is still kind of heavy, but it's not 240 pounds. Maybe it is. You know, I mean, who's to say he can't achieve those giddy heights? And then old man Batman has to come out of retirement. A 60-year-old broken down old ass white man has to come out of retirement and save the brave Latinx POC princess from her own hubris, her chutzpah. And because he's old and because he's, you know, not the Batman that he was, he finds that he just has to straight up break necks to get the job done. He's just like, I'm just going to murk everybody here because honestly I'm sick of your shit, and if I don't do this, we're not getting out of here alive. At the ending of the whole thing would be him and her together. She's wearing, you know, some variation of his outfit. He's wearing the classic one updated, and she's become his sidekick, like it probably should have been in the first place. And he realizes, you know, it's not the costume, it's the man that makes the difference. And I wrote that as a little, it's like 48-page maybe. Dean knows I don't put page numbers on anything. Little 48-page story that I could have drawn up and everything. I don't know. I don't know if it needs to be told, that story. It's probably like the story I've most, out of all the stories I've written, it's the story that's most written in bad faith or written for an, okay, it's the only story I've written that's got an agenda. The only agenda every other story I've written's got is to entertain. This story, the agenda is to say, haha, screw you, people who are making POCs, because if you did have some 15-year-old Latina try and take over from Captain America like they're doing in that Shield of Captain America, she'd get face rolled. She'd walk into, she'd be in the same skyscraper as Crossbones and have already lost the match. Like there's no chance. There's nothing going on there. So anyway, I don't think I'll be funding that on Indiegogo anytime soon. That was just a thought that I had, and I normally don't make books for that sort of purpose. Normally, I just like to do them to entertain. But what I said before about making, you know, all my stories like 70% add Batman. That's true. I'll see something and I'm like, that's cool. But if you add superpowers to it, low-powered vigilante type guys, you know, I've probably got about 12 different street level, not Batman vigilantes. But each has to be told as a separate story because each one precludes the other one from happening. If you got, you know, this old man Latinx Batman thing, then you can't possibly have him have some other sort of fate, like he's locked into that one. So I have to come up with a whole bunch of different, you know, Night Owl, Night Watchman, Nightman, Night King, Night whatever names. They're hard names to come up with, those ones. And the thing about Batman is that cowl is so perfect with the ears. Anytime I see a hero that's got not like just the hooded cowl part, but not any sort of accoutrements on it and anything that's going to add some detail or break up the silhouette, it just looks wrong to me. It looks like Doc Midnight from JSA. His cowl looks wrong because there's nothing else going on it. He really needs something. I mean, he's Doc Midnight. It's midnight. He's got the owl motif or the crescent moon motif. They could put something on there. I don't know what. But Batman's cowl, I feel, is one of those ideas that's so good, it makes any other idea in the same arena as it look worse than it would be normally. Now, how far down does the Embraces gloves go? I actually have the page for the Embrace open. I almost always have it open because I like to check on the campaign and see how it's going. It goes down to the forearms, which is what I thought it was. Oops, went a little bit too far that time. That's okay. We'll just get a different colored one and Look at these arms. So I bought these postcards off Amazon, and I thought I was buying packs of 100, but I bought packs of 50, so I don't actually have enough of them to finish this little project. There we go. That's the embrace. It's looking pretty cool. I thanks, mate. I exaggerated. I like the idea that the arms, the embrace arms, come off, but also, when I've drawn him a couple of times, I've drawn him with like the elongated arms himself, a little bit Max, Sam Keith, a little bit Max, sort of hunched over, sort of thing. Embrace Silhouette, I think definitely they both got supernatural powers. I mean, Silhouette's very difficult to kill, and the Embrace being a ghost himself, which the Silhouette seems to be in some ways, like a revenant or a ghost, be very hard to kill either of them. So I think that'd be a natural team up. Like I looked at the Embrace, I'm like, I love the character, but I don't think I have anybody that'd be a natural team up for it. Maybe the character that Dean and I are working on, but it'd be, he's essentially different power level sort of thing. And I would. You do not know how quickly I would back an Embrace Silhouette crossover. If you guys get that put together, 48 pages, like the old Batman Punisher team up, like the old Batman Judge Dredd team up, the old Batman Spawn team up. Batman teamed up with a lot of people. I would back that. That'd be a day one back. I'd buy it physically. I'd get it shipped all the way over here to the land down under, to Australia. I'm going to need more Sharpies. But that would mean I'd have to wear a mask to go into a store, and I'm just not doing that. Maybe I can order them online from Coles. Number 4. Embrace. Now, Odin, I can't guarantee you're going to get that one, but, see what we can do. So that's number 4. Way away, boys. Only one more to do. Should I do one more to send? Only lunchtime. I'll do at least one more. The other thing about crossovers is they don't have to make sense. Like, it's just for the fun. It can be out of continuity. It can be non-continuity. Do I even need that on? Let's turn that light off and see what the picture looks like. I'm just seeing the reflection up the top there. Maybe it's worth having it off so it's not glaring so much for you guys. Or I could lift it up and it would diffuse the light a little bit. I think that's better. You're not getting so much glare then. But what character should I draw next? Maybe the Silhouette. Chod from Starjammers. I need a reference pick. I know the vague, the fins at the side of the head and the... I just typed in Chod and did not get what I wanted. I think I'm so funny. I don't know. Chod's the sort of character that I reckon you could do a face shot of and it would still look good. Trying to find a good picture of him. There's a lot of crossover between him and the Abomination, isn't there? I'm not saying no to Chod. I'll put him on the back burner. I think I want to draw the Silhouette because he's a silhouette and I like that sketchy sort of look. Zay, can you just remind me, brother, with the Silhouette, would I be seeing the shape of his hair in the Silhouette as well? Like he's not smooth like a hood or something. Like you can see. It's like seeing a person in silhouette, so you can see his ears, you can see his hair. All you can really see is the eyes standing out, right? I can do an outline while I wait. Let's see this bit of page here. I'm going to pretend, I'm going to assume that I can see the hair, because from memory, I'm sure I can see the hair. This one's going to be a strange one because, there's almost no detail on it. The hair is a little bit more manga than I would have liked. It's my weeb influences coming in. I'd never admit to it. I don't actually, yes. Hey, Fizz. What's up, Odin? You said Lee, but you didn't finish the sentence. Oh, I hate drawing guns. I'm so shit at drawing guns. Especially like like 45s, or you reckon you could get me to 1K? Oh, I'd be impressed, mate. I'd be impressed if you could. I don't think, like I said, drama videos, and Jason's like, it's not drama, it's a valid criticism point of view. And he's right, like I don't do drama videos, but without the drama videos, I don't think the numbers are there, honestly. And after all those Khaleesi stands coming after me, I'm like, I don't know, like, it's not, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Some people said, get yourself attacked, get raided by them, and I don't know if I want to. I don't think I'd do that. Oh, sorry, Jason, I didn't mean to represent what you're saying. Now, would I see the tie on the silhouette? Because I think it'd be really cool to have his tie fluttering over on the side there. I might have to put this on hold until Phil can come back and tell me what's what. So we might just put the silhouette on hold and come back to it. I don't know the details of his design, because it's such a minimalist design. If you get one thing wrong, you're getting the whole thing wrong. You know what I mean? Like Cable, I can make any old shit up, but yeah, not so with. That's why my flow's been interrupted. I didn't have my chill hop on in the background there. There we go, 2 hours of chill hop. That'll keep me happy. It's just so chill. Yeah. Feeling it, yeah. I said, if you want people to watch reviews about books I haven't heard of, draw them in with videos about what they do know about. Solid advice. Well, it looks like I'm drawing Chod. Where's that picture of him so I know what he looks like? Yeah, and I hear what Jason's saying. Yeah, the Mum book has a lot of visibility. It's perfect for that sort of thing. And I wish there was more of it. Like, I was only thinking right after I finished, I thought, I can't wait for that I'm Not Starfire to come out. Like, if I could get a steady supply of cringe books, one every week, I'd probably have 1,000 subs. But otherwise, I'm really am doing reviews on books that very few people have heard of, and they get 30, 40, 50 views, which is cool. Like, I'm not blaming anybody else. One thing about YouTube, the whole game, it is a complete meritocracy. If you got it, you got it. If you don't, too bad. So sad, Nobody can say, oh, it wasn't fair because this happened or that happened. It's like you turn up and you do your thing, and if you're successful, YouTube screws people in the algorithm and all that. But even being able to master the algorithm is a skill. And if somebody can master the algorithm, that's the situation that's there. They can master the algorithm and come out on top, and you're left behind. Well, again, it's meritocracy, it's hustle, it's ability. It might not be fair to you because they had an advantage, but they worked it, or they found it, or they, it's like when people are mad at very visible figures within, say, the CG movement for this thing they did or that thing they did. I'm like, yeah, but like their success is their own. You can't begrudge them the success they've they've built on their own. I don't know. I'm all about meritocracy. If you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. And if you're blaming somebody else, that's probably why you're not succeeding. My own situation is 100% my own fault or my own benefit. No, it's too big. I don't like that. Let's make it a bit smaller. It's too big. That's what she said. There's some big fish lips and an old Chod here. Chod. The old. Didn't that get overplayed quick? Putting apostrophes in the middle of your words to try and show how foreign and esoteric they were. And then you see some of these quote unquote authors doing 3 or 4 apostrophes within the one name. And this is something that used to bother me for a long time. You'd be reading some book about, I don't know, Annihilus and the Nova Corps or whatever, and they talk about having like a Phoenix class destroyer. I'm like, these guys don't know what a Phoenix is. Maybe there's some sort of mythological equivalent, and we're getting a translation like Firebird or something, but like even then, like why would they have birds? That doesn't make any sense. It's Shi'ar. Why are the Shi'ar? But it used to bug me that writers would be what I thought was lazy and just call it like the Phoenix class cruiser or the something class, the Hermes class. Like you guys don't know who Hermes is? Then again, maybe they got some sort of mythological equivalent. Anyway, my point being, when you start calling it Rick and Morty did it best, what's up my glip glops, glorp glorp. Like, it doesn't matter how hard you try with your apostrophes and your fake languages, it's always going to sound like glip glop to somebody. So you might as well call it the Phoenix class destroyer. Like that, at least that you go Phoenix, it's a creature, it's got a visual, it's sleek, it's flame, it's powerful. Like I have an aesthetic that I can point to when you talk about the Phoenix class destroyer. If you're going to call it look at the Shi'ar. Shi'ar's not a word. Like, you make up these words. Yeah, and seeing you do it, seeing you use those sort of terms in your book, Firewatcher, made me realize that's really the only way to do it. Because if you're saying, it's the Glip Glop class cruiser, it doesn't mean anything. It just sounds ridiculous. So you're better off calling it a Phoenix and tapping in to that element of the visual medium that everybody's got. Everybody knows what a Phoenix is. That's not ableist of me to say that. So you might as well use it. And I've found that I've done the same thing. I wrote a story. I think probably Firewatch is the only one that's ever read that particular story about a race of alien creatures that are like caretakers of various races across the universe as a whole thing. But I had to refer to stuff with Earth terms. Otherwise, you're just coming up with these really silly names that don't sound like anything. And Rick and Morty really shone a light on that. I like Rick and Morty. I watched the new episodes of this season 5. They were fun. I don't let a fandom bother me. If the fans are D-bags, I'm like, okay, well that's a them problem. I'm not going to not enjoy something because other people do enjoy it. Although I still haven't seen Independence Day because everybody was raving about it. Back when I was in high school, it came out and everyone was like, how great it was. I'm like, no, just that's all people were talking about. I don't know. Like in Australia at that time, it was a cultural phenomenon. It's the only thing high school age kids were talking about. And drugs. We had a lot of drugs at my school. So many drugs. And so I still haven't seen it because I was being contrary, Somebody says, this is a really great movie. It's like, screw you, no, I'm not a sheep. I'm not going to go see it. But that's a silly way to live. Just see what you want to see and enjoy it. I liked Wonder Woman 84. I thought it was great. I liked Black Widow. I thought it was excellent. I thought Black Widow was like a 9 out of 10 movie. I've watched it twice now. I did find the second time round, I kind of just wanted it to be over. Like, you get to that bit and she's hacking the mainframe and all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, I know how it's going to end. Really, for me, the high point of the whole thing was Red Guardian. He just stole the show, even though he did absolutely nothing useful. He was just so much fun to watch. So Red Guardian series went. Disney, I will totally pirate a Red Guardian series. Feel free to go make that just for me. And I was home to the missus last night in bed talking about Black Widow, because that's what you do in bed when you're a parent, because we're certainly not going to be able to have a third kid, not at this rate. And I say, they really missed a chance there with Red Guardian. He's getting schooled by Taskmaster. He's getting absolutely taken at the woodshed. It didn't look like it hurt him too much, like he just couldn't get a hit in. Like 2 hits in at the beginning and then, nothing. Just sort of jobbed for the rest of it. He should have jobbed to the Taskmaster where Taskmaster was doing Black Panther style. Then Taskmaster switches to Hawkeye and does Hawkeye style. And then he switches to Bucky, does Bucky style. Different styles. And then after Red Guardian's getting smashed and everyone's saying, come on, Alexei, we need you to do this to save the world. You really need to. It's not his movie, but they could have let him shine a bit. We really need you to man up and you're the Red Guardian. You're supposed to be the people's champion. All this talk. You're the strongest, the only super soldier in the USSR, And then just as they're saying that, Taskmaster switches to Captain America style. Pulls out the shield. In his days, Red Guardian looks up and says, yes, Captain America, and just goes full ham on Taskmaster. And Taskmaster's got the moves and the speed, but, Alexei, he's just like full-on super soldier, and he just takes her to school, absolutely shreds her, because in his mind, he's seeing Captain America, or even if he's not fooled, he's thinking, I could die here today. And I don't want to, but I could. because I'm not winning this fight. But then I see the shield and I remember why it was made, and I remember those dreams that were never realized. Like Red Guardian never got to meet Captain America. He never got to fight Captain America. So this is his one chance to really live those dreams out. And he should have just absolutely gone off on Lady Taskmaster, and that would have been a great way to give him. And then, he smashes her and throws her in the cell, smashes her in a non-sexual way, throws her in the cell. And then later on, Black Widow can come back and free her and do all the stuff they do afterwards. Like, you don't have to change anything. It's just instead of him jobbing non-stop, he could actually have just one scene where he's like, yes, I am the Red Guardian. I am a super soldier, and this is what that means. And I just feel like there's a chance there. And there's another chance later on when the plane's been hit by explosions and stuff, and it's slipping and it's falling, and the woman from The Mummy, don't know her name, the actress, she's playing the mum, Melina. She's Melina in the show anyway. She's like, oh, we need to fire up the jets and all that sort of stuff. There's a chance there where they could have, because he was stronger than Captain America. He flipped that huge metal, whatever it was at the beginning, like huge metal skip in or whatever. He flipped it like it was nothing. So he's physically stronger than Captain America. And Captain America held onto a helicopter for a few seconds, just long enough to matter. So he could have done something similar here. The big jet's falling off the runway. It's about to collapse and fall down into the sky. He grabs onto it. He grabs onto something on the runway, and just for a few seconds, just long enough for her to start up the engines, he holds that whole damn plane in place, saves the day. She starts up the engine, off they go, rest of the movie. Like, you're not changing anything. You're just adding a few bits for him to shine, because he was so much fun. And I feel because he was a bloke, he got to do the least. Like, he was made to be a joke, but there's a lot of pathos there. And he had probably the most character development out of anybody, which is kind of ironic because he's the oldest character there. Like, he'd be the most set in his ways, and yet somehow he come out of it having learned the most. And for the sake of vaginas, they didn't want to explore that. I feel like it's a missed opportunity. And then, and this is what I'm talking about, getting story ideas. I see something like Red Guardian, I'm like, I can't write a Red Guardian. I mean, I can write a Red Guardian story, but fuck Marvel, they're not getting any of my ideas. But I can't just go make a Red Guardian XP. It doesn't have the weight or the pathos or even if you've never read anything with Red Guardian in it before, you know who Black Widow is. You understand the whole USSR Cold War type thing. So when he's in prison there, lamenting over his loss of not being a hero anymore, and listen to that little toy, there's a lot of pathos there. You really feel for the guy. I can't just make that out of nowhere. It'd take more work than I'm willing to put into it to create a character from scratch that has those same elements to then tell a good Red Guardian story, is my point. I think that might be, let's put some reptile lines on it, because reptile, is that reticulation? Is that called being reticulated? I think he's got him on his legs too. And we'll do an outline. Man, someone's going to get this card and like, Chod? Who the fuck is Chod? When I was a kid, I always used to pronounce the apostrophe, so it'd be like Chod, Jaon, Jaons. I no longer do that. But I do still say Thanos instead of Thanos. I can't abide Thanos. It sounds wrong to me, even though he's based off Thanatos, which would have the at sound instead of the a sound. So, like, I know I'm wrong, but I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it. Sometimes I feel like watching Black Panther, not because I think it's going to be good. I hate the idea that there's a good story out there that I haven't seen, because if there's a good story out there and I haven't seen it, there might be an idea or an element or aesthetic or a beat that I could use in my stories, and I'm robbing myself of knowing that. You know what I mean? All right, that's Chod. Let's put some greys on this bad boy, and his belt's red, so I might chuck some red on his. So is his lips. That's fantastic. He's got that real Creature of the Black Lagoon thing happening. Feels like Starjammers is another wasted potential. There's so much you could do with that. I mean, Space Pirates, Firewatcher, right? Space Pirates. Who wouldn't read a book about a bunch of space pirates? You know what I'm talking about. He knows what I'm talking about, people. He gets it. He gets it. So I don't really pay attention to the, you can probably tell, I don't pay attention to the light sources. I just put it where I think it'll look cool. If I was going to be more serious about my art, I'd have to really pay attention to that sort of stuff. And that's what you see people who do, like, oh, I did some hand practice today, and they show you a page of like 30 hands they drew. And I recognize that's a legit technique to get better. But I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can sit there just drawing hands all day, just to get better at them. I don't know. If I couldn't write and all I had was drawing, if I couldn't write and all I had was the way that I draw now, I'd probably just give up and do 40K full time just as a hobby. Like, I wouldn't worry about any of this stuff. But I can write, so that's where my joy comes from. That sparks joy for me. To quote the not late, but definitely great Marie Kondo. Do you guys see that thing where she said her system doesn't work when you have kids? Like, she had she's got that Marie Kondo system, and it's the whole thing, and there's a show on it, and all these people changed the way they did stuff to fit it. And then she turned around and had kids, and she's like, yep, throw it out the window. It doesn't work. It's great when you're on your own, but you cannot do it with kids. Like, yes, bitch. I've been saying this shit for a while. You cannot have a neat house with kids. When we got a new kitchen put in a while ago, the dude's turned up to drop off the kitchen. I was so ashamed of the state of the house. There's toys everywhere, Lego underfoot. Nothing I can do about it. You just cannot, like, the kids are 3 and 4. You just cannot keep on top of it. And the dude says, don't worry about it, man. I've got kids too. I know what it's like. And I needed to hear that, because I was, it's tough. And when your environment's not, good, you potentially are not good. All right, so there's Chod. Pretty happy with that one. Let's sign it. Well, sign it. That's card number 5. It's 12:30. I think I'll just hang out and do a couple more, because I'm on a bit of a roll and I am enjoying it. It's number 5, isn't it? Chod. I think the apostrophes. Chod. There we go. Thanks, backer number 5. Oops, I meant to do that. For backing the company men, Dead, White and Blue. 60-page full-color action adventure, spycraft, geopolitical storytelling. It's all that good stuff. Zaid hasn't come back yet, so I can't do the embrace. There's our effort so far for today. Looking pretty cool. Still not, honestly, I don't know if I'm going to keep that RAF. I don't know if I can live with it. I'm not happy with it. I keep lying to myself, but I don't know. Should I redo the RAF, or should I just... I've only got 195 of these to go. Who should I draw next? Well, Dario's talking about Gladiator. Why don't I draw Gladiator next? I love Gladiator. Thanks, Jason. Gladiator is such a cool character. And it's a big part of it's because when he first turned up in X-Men cartoon, like a lot of us my age, a lot of what we know about X-Men came from the cartoons. When I was a kid, you walk into the newsagent in one of the big cities, not anywhere near I lived, and I'm just going to do Gladiator from memory. I'm not going to look at his costume because I'm pretty sure I got it. I'm pretty sure I got this. And you'd see an X-Men comic, and you'd be Wolverine in the tan costume, Dazzler, Rogue in the black and green. That's good advice, Firewatch. Put some background in for Raph, some tone. I think that will help. Jason said he wouldn't complain if he got that, so thanks for the reassurance, guys. I actually like slightly smaller Mohawk Gladiator. I feel like he's pretty Chad. He doesn't need to have like this foot-tall Mohawk, but that's cool too. It definitely is the size. Size does matter. Anybody tells you it's not, well, that's because they're hoping it doesn't matter. Anyway, you see this really, really weird esoteric X-Men with black and red Rogue and brown costume Wolverine and the claws and everything, and it just I don't know. They were very raw and unusual, very indie looking back in those times, back in the late 70s, early 80s, to me. So I didn't really get into them. as a kid. I'd be buying Batman or Spider-Man more often than not. And then the X-Men cartoon came out. Of course, you love it. You love it because it's one of the best cartoons ever made. It's not even up for debate. We're not even talking about that. And that's when I first saw Gladiator. He turns up and he just bodies Juggernaut. One hit, just it doesn't even hit him. He doesn't even hit him. He picks him up and he just casually tosses him across the lock. Like, you're not even worth a smash, my good man. You're garbage, Juggernaut. Get out of here. And they'd spent the whole time building up Juggernaut. He was the scariest dude. I'd never seen anybody just face roll heroes the way that Juggernaut face rolled the X-Men in that episode. They even had Colossus as backup, and it still wasn't enough. He absolutely wrecked them. And then Gladiator turns up and he wrecks Juggernaut, and I'm just like, wow, this Gladiator dude's really cool. So I've always, since that point, I've always liked this character. I didn't like him when I was 2. I was learning to talk or whatever when I was 2. But since the time that I've known him, I've enjoyed him. And I feel like he doesn't get used enough. And like a lot of other characters, he's been nerfed over the last decade or so to make other people. He does the job. Like you get a strong character like wrestling. You get a strong wrestler. They have a good streak, 4, 5, 6 people. They've won match after match. They've held on the title for a while. Some new young buck comes up and wins in some big upset. And you think, whoa, if you beat this guy, you must be tough, sort of thing. So that's what I feel like they've done to Gladiator the last decade or so. He's just been jobbing hard to make everybody else look good. Kind of always felt like Gladiator should have a scroll chin, and I'm not going to draw that, but I'm just saying. You guys, right? You don't think you could get away with a scroll type chin on Gladiator? Like maybe some variant of scrolls? I could write a good Gladiator miniseries. That big high concept space stuff. I got some of that stuff in me. I got that. I know I like grounded street level stuff, but I got range. Where the hell's his collar? I might highlight the yellow on Gladiator on this picture. That'll be the spot color that I use. I'm pretty sure Gladiator's got these little Dying Days YouTube. I just got some art cards to draw for people who back the book. I said if I get to 300 backers, not 300 backers, I wish. If I got to 300 people signing up for the book, I'd give an art card for everybody who physically backed the book. And this is me drawing 200 art cards to make good on that promise. And I've said some stuff. I'm like, if we get this, we get that. I don't know how much people really listen to, if I didn't do this, but in the chat, if I didn't do this, did anybody know this was happening? Does anybody remember that I said I was going to be doing art cards for everybody that backed the book? I probably could have just not done it. But like I said, this isn't really about rewarding someone or about trying to, no one's going to go, oh, I get a free art card by this guy I've never heard of. I'm definitely going to go pay $30 for his book. This is just a 2-hour long ad for me to remind you guys that the Company Men exists. Apparently Odin remembered that I was doing this, so he would. You would, Odin. You Johnny on the spot. You are. You can't get anything past this guy. If you get a chance to work with him, if you get a chance to work with Michael Odin, you do that because he's a good dude. But Dean, it doesn't count because you're my mate and I talk to you about stuff. Also, if you get a chance to work with Dean, do it, but not until after he's finished working on a book with me. Both top blokes. See, words of affirmation again. I can't help myself. I just like talking good about people that are good. And if people aren't good, I like speaking life over them and saying, hey, you could. I saw a meme this morning from the Justice League cartoon, and somebody had added some stuff to it, so it wasn't the legit dialogue, but the dialogue that was there was still pretty good. It was Captain Atom saying to Superman, Superman, I feel a bit redundant on the Justice League. You can do pretty much everything I can, and a bunch of other Justice League members can also do the stuff that I can. I don't feel like I need to be here, like it's feeling really redundant. And Superman says, "You're a good man who's trying to do the right thing." And Captain Atom says, "Is that a good enough reason to have me around?" And Superman says, "Isn't it?" I'm like, yes, King, that's exactly right. Like, few things get to me more than the idea of somebody overcoming their shortcomings, their shortfalls, being a better man, self-improvement, sacrifice. I've said before, like Boromir dying in Lord of the Rings always gets me. Always gets me. If I'm racist against anything, it's against orcs. That's not really racism, though, because it's speciesism. They're not a race. They're a different species. But, yeah, fuck orcs. Orc lives don't matter. They're awful. Awful. They killed my boy Boromir, and I will never forgive them. Simple as that. I'm pretty sure Gladiator's belt and undies and everything is just a straight lift of Silver Age Superman. Like, these guys weren't even his secret, like, not secret identity, but his civilian identity is like, sounds like something like Clark Kent. Like, they're not even trying to hide it. And I don't like when they do that, but it did give us Darkseid and Deadpool and Gladiator and a whole bunch of other characters, so I'm not going to whinge about it too much. You speak life over some people in your life. Just say something positive to them and see how they respond. They'll be leery the first few times. Or what do you want? What are you saying that for? Some people don't take compliments well. Some people get really shy when you give them a compliment, but you stick at it and they realize that's you. That's how you do things. You're this person who, and it doesn't come easy necessarily. It's not a natural thing for us to necessarily do. But I challenge you to give it a go and see if you don't feel better and if they don't feel better. It's a big part of how I operate. And it's not something I consciously do. I see someone like that dude. That dude's a legend. Let me tell you why this guy's a great guy. I'll tell you all about him, whether you want to hear it or not. It's just how I roll. All right, let's chuck a nice big outline around that. Dario's asking about Aquaman type characters, and Firewatcher says, "Who are you talking to?" I don't know who he's talking to. I'll just answer for myself. But I will say, if there's a character archetype out there, if Firewatcher doesn't have a script for it either done or in mind, it's probably not worth doing. If you've got an archetype, King of Atlantis, Waterman type, Submariner, whatever, if my old boy Firewatcher doesn't have one already on the way, it's probably not worth doing in the first place. He's a bit of a prodigy. I actually have a fantastic script. Can't wait to do this one. For a character, you guys know Stingray from Marvel? Don't know if you guys know Stingray from Marvel. The cool thing about him is he's a marine biologist. Not that that's cool, but he's a marine biologist who uses an advanced subnautical suit to do his research. The suit happens to also have, to survive under the water, it can survive pressure, so he's bulletproof. It's got super strength, so he can lift debris and rubble. It shoots electric blasts in the water like an eel does, So it mimics the properties of certain marine animals, and in that way, it gives him essentially superpowers. He's like an underwater, low key. Thanks, Ryan. I'll definitely check that out when I get a minute. That's cool. Thank you. So he just wants to research whales and shit, but there's always bad guys and pirates and stuff going on. So he has to get involved. He has to, I think Tiger Shark's his brother-in-law. So that's, Tiger Shark. You check that guy's stats. He's like superhuman class 90 or 100 or something. He's on, back in the day, he was on Colossus level. He was superhuman class 90 from the old Marvel handbook. He was a scary dude, Tiger Shark, even despite that little rakish mustache that he had. So I've got a fantastic script for a really great Stingray type character. It's 2 lots of 6 issues, and it's this guy going from essentially same thing. It's like not Stingray. Marvel's not going to let me make their character, write their character, so I'll make my own one. And it's essentially him just wanting to do research and stuff while all this piracy and stuff's going on around him, but he keeps getting drawn into bigger and bigger conspiracies and problems, that sort of stuff. It's a lot of fun, a lot of action, underwater battles. I made a whole rogues gallery of marine-based harpoon pirate type bad guy enemies, orca whale dudes and stuff. Nothing in there super original. It's not derivative, but it's all stuff that's either been touched on before or variations of stuff that you've seen. It's familiar, it's comfy. I don't know how much of a market is there for sub-nautical superhero action, but I really think it's a great script. So that's something I'd like to see realised at some point in the future. I feel like I'd need someone who's got a good technical style, though, to draw all the mechanical bits, all the suit type stuff. And you got to be a detailed artist, I think, to make the underwater look interesting. I think I want to. Silent for you guys, but I still got that chill hop going, so it just sounds super easy going for me. It's coming out all right. Let's throw a little bit of yellow. That's red. Firewatcher says, I thought stingray was a dirty word in Australia after they killed your king. You're not wrong. That's why I had to change the character to be not stingray. It had to be a different character altogether. But I don't know, and that's probably the only thing that's stopping me, aside from money and an artist, is I don't actually have a name, design, or motif for the character. I know he's like Stingray, like the character Stingray from Marvel Comics, similar sort of premise, but I need to come up with a visual that works, an aesthetic that works, that's not too similar. So at the moment, the file's just titled Not Stingray because I don't have a name for the guy. I just know he's very much like Stingray. I've also got a fantastic 6-issue script for a UK superhero team that I'd love to see put together. I wrote it after I read Marvel's The Union, which is a UK-based superhero team. The comic was delayed because of COVID. It's got a bunch of nobodies in it. It's got like Union Jack and then 6 characters you've never heard of. And they're funded by a billionaire that you've never heard of, and they're fighting bad guys you've never heard of. And it was just so blah. It was the tagline I said when I did the video review on it was, it's so bad I needed 2 cups of tea to get through it, that's saying something. And I read that and that's atrocious. I can do better than that. So I turned around and wrote a UK superhero team. Yes. Oh no. Yeah. RJ, I got stories upon stories upon stories. The way that I often say it is, I got more scripts, stories, and IPs than I've got years left in my life. I turned 40 this year. If I were to put out one IP a year, I'd die before I got through them all. It's just all money. Like, you guys know that Marcel Dupree bloke. He's on Twitter and Facebook a fair bit. He has a hell bunch of indie comics. He said in a post that he's just, for the first time ever making comics, he's made 100K in a year. So 100K in a year. He said, but he didn't even break even. Like, the functioning costs, the operating costs for his business grew with the money that he made. So as he made 100K, which is not, that's no slouch, 100K in comics, he made 100K in sales, but he ended up spending more than 100K to make it. So it's not easy, like I've said before, Company Men lost me money. It continues to lose me money. I bought these colored pens from Officeworks, pack of 6 for $25. It's $25, That's $25 in the company account. That's $25 I spent that I didn't have to spend if I hadn't done this book in the first place. Like, these comics cost you money to make. If I can turn around and make a profit on Company Men by book 3, I'll be ahead of the curve, I reckon. And that's not to guilt anyone. It is the industry that it is. And maybe I didn't quite know that getting into it, but I know it now, and I'm still doing it. So that's on me. I choose to engage with this, and I continue to choose to engage with this. I got so many great story ideas. I would rather take the financial hit than not make these books, because if I don't make these books, they're going to haunt me. I don't think I can not. I feel like this needs some planets in the background. I don't want to screw it up though. Just like some. I don't know. Think about it. There's Gladiator, looking pretty chunk, pretty swole. Where's my Sharpie? This is character number 6. Number 6, 1 o'clock. Yeah, and Jason's got a good point. He says, what are you going to do with that money? Buy a bigger TV? I mean, honestly, if I could take the, if you can convert it from American, I think company men's end up costing me about 15 grand Australian to make. So if you look at the campaign, you know that I haven't broke even yet. I could have spent that money on reducing the principal of my home loan. Like I could pay the house off quicker. So today we've got Gladiator, we've got Cable, we've got Raphael that I'm going to do something with to make myself happier with it. Even if I just do what I did with Gladiator and put a background on it. We've got a Tech Priest from 40k, we've got the Embrace, and we've got Odd. Pretty happy with that. So I'll see if I can knock over 4 more today. Get to 10 for today. That's a good start. Maybe I can do 10 more tomorrow, and then I'm a 10th of the way through. Crazy Mad says, "Is Company Man your baby? If not, what's your baby story?" Yeah, I don't think I have one. It changes. It's whatever I'm working on at the moment. No, that's not true. That's not true. The one that I'm working on at the moment, tweaking. I don't know who God Peace is. I don't know. The story that I'm working on at the moment, bits and pieces and tweaking. It's a pulp age, blurring from pulp age mystery men vigilantes through to golden age superhero. It's that the change from one era to the next. That's the one I'm working. And there's a character in there that's a cross between. Jason says nobody gets this motivated to pay more principal on the home loan. You're true. You pay it off and you just don't see it again. Like I'm paying an extra whatever I've got left over at the end of the fortnight before the missus pay comes in, like that. Just the extra goes onto the home loan to reduce it because interest is insane. All 12 of you, that's right. Nobody will be listening to me talk about my home loan if that's all I was talking about. I'm happier this way. I'm losing money, but I'm happier. So this character is like a cross between the Phantom and the Shadow, and it's a pulp era style mystery man vigilante. That's probably my favorite character. That's probably my baby story. And I'm actually so I got a chance to talk about it with all 12 of you while I think about a character to draw. I can't be Fire Watcher says he wants Yelena. I don't want to show you guys how poorly I draw women unless the woman in question is Granny Goodness. And I don't think anybody wants a Granny Goodness card. I probably won't be drawing any women. And this isn't, people self-deprecating like, oh, I'm so terrible at this, and then they're not. Like I know how good I am and how good I'm not. I will definitely have a chat with you in a minute, Mike, when I'm done with these pictures. Take care, brother. I don't want to. I could probably copy a picture. If I found a picture of her and copied it, I could probably do all right. I just I was going to draw like a tree golem while I wait for see if some suggestions come through for the next one. Something like this. This is easy to draw because it's so gribbly. You can just you just draw whatever and it looks like it works. You don't have to think about it too much. So this pulp hero is my favorite character that I've come up with because what I'm going to do with it, what I'm hoping to do is to talk to and contact some CG artists, some indie artists, some of you guys even, and commission 6 to 10 page shorts of this character that I've got scripted and create like an anthology for this character. So instead of having one long 48 page story, I'll have a whole bunch of shorter stories that each one sort of speaks to an aspect of the character and gives you, like, okay, you get to the end of Cars or whatever, Colby Mark's favorite movie, and you learn something about Lightning McQueen on the way. You learn about that character. But if you had 10 shorts of, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I'll definitely draw Venom Firewatch. I'm much more enthused about that than the one I'm working on at the moment. Let's draw Venom. if you had 10 shorts about Lightning McQueen, you'd learn 10 different little things about him. So what I want to do with this is have this character, half a dozen or a dozen short little vignettes almost, each one that's just like just an hour in his life or a day in his life or a night in his life. A lot of them, because he's an avenging angel type character, a lot of the stories are actually people interacting with each other. Somebody does something unequivocally wrong, black and white wrong, and he turns up to punish that person in some sort of ironic or poetic way, you know. And that's what I like about him, is there's stuff there where you think this guy's doing a bad thing, he's going to get his, and then this character turns up and punishes a guy in a way that's suitable to the crime that he has perpetrated. Because this guy is an avatar of the truth. It's all about the truth, whatever is true. It's not necessarily about justice, it's about what's true for this guy. His patron is actually the African god of truth, one of the African gods of truth, because they got quite a pantheon. And because it's so many African nations, each one's got their own pantheon or some variation. It'd be like saying, you know, this is the indigenous Australian god of whatever. It's like, that's tricky. There's over 200 indigenous nations. Good luck putting your finger on any one and saying these guys definitely worship this for this reason. So I think I might do a bit of a profile on Venom. I really like the way that Tom Lyle drew Venom. You guys ever see Tom Lyle's Venom? He did the art on Funeral Pyre, where Venom teams up with, or not doesn't team up with, he goes against Punisher. He fights against Punisher. That's a good one. Let's do that one. All right, so yeah, I think this character is going to be a bit of a breakout character for me. And I'm hoping to just sort of say, you know, you got guys like Dean. I don't know if Dean's still around. He's a busy dude, but if he is, I'll hit him up and say, Dean, can I pay you for a 6-10 page short story of my character? I'll hit up Dillard and say, Dillard, can I pay you to draw a 6? You know, is anybody else that does freelance? Like, I'm going to need like half a dozen to a dozen artists doing different stories, different styles. I'll even try and do one. I'll try and muddle my way through one. So that's something I'd like to do after Dean and I have finished what we're working on, and once Company Men's all finished up for the first book anyway. I know a lot of people don't like the way that Zach has multiple books running, and I think that's partly because they want more of the same, and they don't like him switching characters, or he doesn't fulfill, so they're cross because it's like, well, how dare you start Knife Hand Blind Spot when you haven't fulfilled the last 2 Jawbreakers books? And I get that too. I understand that feeling. I haven't backed any of them, but I can understand how someone would feel that feeling. But I do also feel like I'd like for people to view the projects as different. It's a bit of hypocrisy because I'd like them to go, oh, yeah, Lee, Kemosabe dude, I liked Company Men. I'll back the next thing that he first time I used an eraser, people. I'll back the next thing that he writes. But then I want them also to say, well, you haven't delivered Company Men yet. I'm like, yeah, it's being handled by this team over there. And then have a different IP running at the same time. And they go, we haven't fulfilled Company Men. No, I don't have to because that money's budgeted, it's sorted. Now I'm working on this with Dean. And then something else comes out. Well, you haven't finished this one with Dean. That's not out yet. It's like, yeah, but that's separate. He's handling that, and the money for that's separate. Now I'm working on this character. I'd like to be able to do some of that sort of stuff, but I don't think in this day and age, I don't think the CG, in particular the CG crowd, and the anti-CGs, the ones that are really down on, you know, some people, a CG person can't sneeze without these people criticizing them. And I know some of them are salty about various things, this and that, but they do that collectivism thing. It's like, oh, well, you're part of this movement, so therefore by extension of that, you agree with, support, and agree with everything they do. It's like, well, that's not true. I can't agree with everything even my wife does. You know, she'll make some choices. I'm like, you know, barbecue sauce on your sausage sandwich, how's that even a thing? Honestly. I mean, it's a miracle I married her after that. No, I joke. She's fantastic. Not that she's going to watch this. I can see her watching my Khaleesi video and sort of like tuning out, and like it gets better. Not that I thought it was a boring video, but it's not really her sort of entertainment. As if you watch the Wonder Woman thing, you can sort of see there's elements that I'm like, you know, Do you need background on this character? She's like, no, I'm good. I'm good. She's very much a normie in a lot of ways. With like she doesn't know what June is. She doesn't know. She knows 40K as a shorthand for the hobby that I have, but she couldn't tell you what a Space Marine is. She knows I collect orcs. She might be able to point to a picture of an orc and say, I think that's an orc, but that's about it, you know. So Jason says, give him a job so I can afford it. Yeah, Jason, I mean, that's I didn't even consider your style would be fantastic on my character. If you're willing to do, I mean, even if you're willing just to do a cover, like one of your painted covers, that'd be amazing on this guy, because it is that whole, you know, Gotham by Gaslight sort of, some venom there. You know, the Spirit, 1930s Batman, it's all that sort of stuff. So that'd be very cool. Dying Days of YouTube's telling me to focus. I think he's telling me to focus on one project at a time as opposed to focus on the picture, but maybe he's bored and he's telling me to focus on the picture. Yeah, man, that's I was talking to my wife about some of the stuff you said about how hard it is for you to get what you need for where you're at. And I think it's criminal that people are going to regulate. I was saying other stuff to her about like just everything's regulated. Like it blows my mind that in some parts of America, apparently, you need a license to collect rainwater. What sort of dystopian hell do you need a license to? Like, there's rainwater. It's free. You don't own that. It's bad enough that I have to pay. Some guy said it better than me. He goes, I work and my income gets taxed, and I use that tax money to buy a car, which I pay tax on. Then I pay the, you know, to us it's called the RTA, it's the Roads and Traffic Authority. Pay them for the right to register my car to drive on the roads that my tax paid for. You know, like everything, they get you every step of the way. And then you drive home to your house that you bought with your taxed income that you then pay land tax on. It frustrates me how they've regulated everything to the point where we're so entirely reliant on them. Like my one little bit of rebellion is growing my own food. That's all I can really do at this point. You know, if the missus does take this other job, like I said, it's about half hour away from where we are, but I think we should just move there because it's more remote. To get ourselves a nice little block of land. I can put enough food on there that we can just basically live off that stuff. Find someone who's, you know, local butcher, whatever, and just get meat in bulk, just half a cow, whatever, and just go old school, man. Shoeless kids running around. I'm a smart guy. I could homeschool my kids even. So something to think about because I don't like the way everything's regulated and I just got no control. You know, what is it? Inalienable right that all men are created equal. And there's something about liberty and freedom, and they've done everything they can to take it away from us, and it makes me mad. It makes me mad that I can't buy food that's not been genetically modified. It makes me mad that I have to pay. You know, you guys have got to pay money to collect rainwater. That's insane. It's free. It's there. It was made for everybody to access. Nobody's got the right to tell you can't collect rainwater. Never mind Australian gun laws. Yeah, you got to have a license to fish and hunt. Like you can't. You know, you got to have a fishing license here. Some Indigenous people get exemption because it's part of their heritage and it's part of their lifestyle. But if you're just a mayo monkey like me, a poor old vanilla gorilla, you've got to pay money if you want to go fishing. So, but the fish, you don't own the ocean, government. I know you think you do, but you don't really. You can't tell me, no, you can't take fish from the ocean. I mean, I understand if they're concerned about overfishing and that, but if it's just me and my dad down on the rocks at the breakwall there, getting a couple of, I don't know, because I don't fish, whatever local fish we've got, that's not going to break the bank. That's not going to affect the ecology that much. But they want you to be completely reliant on them so that you need them for everything. Look at how the food shortages and the toilet paper shortages happened with the COVID there. You know, that's what it did for me. Between the way the MSN's lied so heavily the last, let's say 5 or 6 years, if you want to put a very specific time frame on it, and we all know what that's about, to the way they control everything and don't let you have any sort of autonomy and want you to be just completely enslaved, it really woke me up to how free we're not. And now I'm looking for any way that I can grab back even a small part of that freedom. Mrs. got a gun license, so I'm going to start looking into picking up some pistols because it's pretty much all you can have here. Is any Australians in the chat that know anything about, like, who have a gun and use their gun and take their gun shooting, recreational shooting, gun safes, all that. Because the only shooting I've seen people do is with like little 22s, and that's not going to kill a man. Because I want a gun, because if I'm going to have a gun, I want it for self-protection, even though the New South Wales website says that's not, literally says, you go to the New South Wales Gun Registry website and it says the protection of your life or the life of others is not a valid reason to own a gun. Now, that's verbatim. That's what they say on the website. That's criminal. But, you know, if you passed by Tamworth the other day, yeah, rifles and shotguns if you've got a farm, or if you've got someone who signs off on your farm, which is why if we head out to this remote area, you know, if I can call it a farm, if I can get a bit of acreage, I could sign myself off essentially. But yeah, if people are only shooting with little 22 pistols for recreation, how come you can buy 38 9mm ammunition off the shelf at the Tamworth gun shop? I don't understand that. So there's got to be some way to get a hold of a 38 or a 20 or a 9mm or something. So anyway, that's all stuff I want to look more and more into. Be more self-sufficient. Chickens, bees. I already got enough vegetables to put on the plate. If we can get some, you know, get someone who's a local butcher to do the meat and that. I'm very much not reliant on the supermarkets and the shops and everything then. I mean, it's not even out of the question to get a couple of cows. My mother grew up on a farm. She often tells stories about what it was like. She's one of 11, and she's the youngest of them all. So she was, you know, growing up in an age of kerosene lamps, and they could only afford the one pair of shoes, and that was your good shoes, because that was your church shoes, you know. Yeah, that's right. We're talking about Liberty devices and Freedom pellets. And she'd tell some pretty wild stories about what life was like back on the farm there. But that's within her lifetime, you know. So I definitely think I could see myself getting some cows and just doing the whole thing, man. And all it needs is just internet connection to do what I do. There's some Venom ass, looking pretty chiseled, pretty tight. Never skips squat days. I find working out so monotonous. I wish I didn't find it so boring. Sitting there just lifting weights, putting them back down again. It kills my soul. Like, I recognize that it's necessary and advantageous, but I just can't enjoy it. And I suppose a lot of people say they don't enjoy it and they push through as well. Now, I'll probably keep an internet connection, Jason. I don't need to go full inner woods off the grid, but if I can control what food's on my plate and if I can take back a little bit of freedom in that way, that'd be good. G'day, Sugar Chris. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, definitely want to grab some chooks. Need a bit more space. Right now I'm right in the suburbs, so there's not a lot of space and there's limits on how many chooks you can have. I had some neighbours a while ago and they had, I don't know, 15, 20 chooks and they had more eggs than they could eat. I like eggs. I eat eggs pretty much every morning, so a bunch of chooks would be good. There's this Australian dude. His YouTube is, I think it's called Self-Sufficient Me. And he's like the Steve Irwin of vegetables. He's this Aussie bloke. He's just so likable, and he's got all these videos about how to grow and what to grow and what's the best time to sow this and that. And he's great. And he's got a little spot up in Queensland somewhere, and he does all of his own veggies. And his channel's so popular, it's like that's his job now. He just does that channel. He quit work, and he's just doing that 24/7. He's got heaps of great advice. So I'm looking at his little setup. I'm like, yeah, man. I mean, I don't want to live in Queensland, but you know, something like that. Saying that he's got the setup. He's pretty much self-sufficient. He's got enough of a range of it because you've got to have some range of veggies. Now, I'd pulled all the pumpkins off the pumpkin vine the other day. We must have come up with nearly more than 30 pumpkins it would have been, which is great. You know, if COVID goes nuts and everybody buys everything and there's no food, well, my family's got more than 30 pumpkins to live off and kilos and kilos of rice that I've been storing. So it'll keep you alive, but it's not fun. If you don't have to eat like that, you don't have to eat like that. So, you know, you could have a bit of variety, I think. Let's do some outline on Venom here, pull the whole thing together. Was it a mistake to turn Venom into an anti-hero vigilante? I really enjoyed the stuff that they did in the 90s. I was going to say 60s. I wasn't even alive in the 60s. You know, like Lethal Protector and Funeral Pyre. What was the one where he teamed up with? It's not Ghost Rider. The other dude that's like Ghost Rider. Vengeance. He teamed up with Vengeance, and they fought what was basically a techno-organic version of the Predators from the Predator movies. And they fought them in the South American jungle. Like, it's legit just the plot of Predator, but with Vengeance and Venom there. And to counteract Vengeance's magic and Venom's symbiote, they make these Predator guys basically techno-organic, kind of like the Phalanx. And it was bloody fantastic. It's just like a 4-issue chase fight comic where Venom and Vengeance realize, we've got bigger things to worry about than each other, and they fight these bad guys and they win. I mean, this is just fun. Don't make them like that anymore. Then you get this weird sort of thing where Venom's somebody's favorite character. I mean, he kills bad guys, but he also wants to kill Spider-Man, and he's killed plenty of innocents on his quest to get to Spider-Man. Where's the line for redemption? Like, do we forgive somebody for being a killer? Can you? Because once you're a killer, you're always a killer. You can't unkill that person. Or is some crime so awful that it doesn't matter how much redemption you worked on, there's no forgiveness there. It's like, well, you did it once, you might do it again. We can't allow you to be, around, and you get exiled from society. I certainly don't have all the answers. And I think a lot of that stuff is a case-by-case scenario, If you're just going to say, oh, all X should be Y, it's like somebody's going to say, oh, but what about? And then you've got to backpedal and say, oh, except in this case, except in that case. So you're better off judging everything by a case-by-case basis. That Venom ass. I forgot to draw the spider on his back. I wonder if I can fit it in. I don't think I can fit this spider on now. But I'm just going to freehand instead of using a pencil like I should. I'm just going to draw it in because that'll be fine. That's not going to backfire on me at all. I love the black Spider-Man design, the symbiote design. Gee, it's tricky to draw though. For something that's so minimal, there's a lot you can get wrong on it. I was reading a book about inking digitally. So that I can't remember. Freddie Williams III, I think he is. He does it almost exclusively. Does digital inks, and he's worked on Thundercats and Superman DC team up, and He-Man and Thundercats team up, and Ninja Turtle Batman team up. He does all the inks for those ones. He does it all digitally. And if he does do a Superman comic, he says he gets a 2D picture of Superman's symbol, lays it flat, and then uses Photoshop to manipulate it to be in the right spot, in the right angle, and then draws over top of that so the symbol's always on point, so it's never warped or wrong. Or that sounded like too much work, so I stopped reading the book. If they didn't turn Venom into an anti-hero, I don't think they would have done half the stuff they've done with him since then. But I also don't like a lot of the stuff they've done with him since then. I thought Scorpion getting the suit was kind of cool, but also didn't like it. Can you do that? Is that cognitive dissonance to like something and dislike it at the same time? Like Mac Gargan's such an underused character, to give him the symbiote suit and do something different with it, that's kind of cool. But then you're also sort of shitting on Venom as a character. My boy Firewatch is big into the wrestling. He says turning Venom into a hero is like wrestling. The heel becomes too popular and the people are cheering for him. Best thing to do is to turn him babyface so the fans don't boo your other babyface. That's exactly right. Look at Rock and Austin. Was it 2000? Shit, I don't know. 2002, 2003? And they're both so popular. There's like two baby faces fighting each other. All right, let's put some tones on Venom, just to help that spider stand out, I think. Because I definitely want that spider to stand out, considering how much time I spent on it and how well planned out it was. That's definitely something I want to draw attention to. There we go. What's that, card number 7? 5, 6? I've only done 5. No. Gladiator, I forgot about him. That is number 7. They look better when they dry, and when you don't look at them for a minute, then you pick them up and you look at them. And you're seeing them for the first time, you know. Got to plug my phone in because I'm using that as a camera and it's about to die. Oh, I needed that. So, which character should I draw next? Who did I just draw? Venom. No lewd. No lewd. I blush. And lewd would tend to require drawing a woman, and I think we've established I'm not so well versed on that though. Monkey King. I could draw Monkey Magic. Monkey Magic, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, I remember staying at my cousin's place one time when I was a kid, and Monkey Magic was on the same time as Home and Away. And it was their house. They got to watch Home and Away. I was unreasonably angry about that. I mean, like, really, it's their house. I got no right to expect I should be able to watch the show I want to watch, but I was not happy. I was not happy about that. It's not a good picture of classic Monkey Magic. Why does every version of it look worse than the old one from the... I mean, I watched it in the 80s. Jason, did you guys get Monkey Magic over there in New Zealand? You must have. And I heard the dude that played Monkey is still like really well known and has a good career. You know, sometimes you see actors in a show and you're like, oh, it's sad. It's probably the only thing they ever did and they never made it big and they look back with regret. But no, he's apparently a big name. I think he's got like a cooking show or something. It's a pretty big deal, which is cool. Hakeem Wasabi drawn by Hakeem Wasabi. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's why I'm looking at Monkey Magic, Oz, because that's the version of it that I know as a kid. It was popular. You used to play Monkey Magic at school, and nobody wanted to be Sandy, but people wanted to be Pigsy even less. Like nobody wanted to be Pigsy, so you just run around and have like 6 guys playing as Monkey. Didn't make any sense. I was exactly the same. Tripitaka was flipping me out when I was a kid. I'm like, that's a very pretty man. Even at my tender age, I know that ain't right. I shouldn't be. No man should be that pretty. G'day, B Rose. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Just looking for I'm going to draw Monkey Magic for my next picture. So I'm just looking for a picture of Monkey Magic. That's good. I like it when actors from one thing go on to do well elsewhere. I've been watching Walker Texas Ranger, which is just fantastic. The old one, not the new one. The new one was unmitigated garbage, and I've got a video to do about it at some point. But the old one was just so fantastic. And the fellow that plays his sidekick, Clarence Gilliard, I've never seen him in anything else. But there's generations of American shows that I've never seen, that I've never heard of. I don't know what the Honeymooners is. It's like the Flintstones, basically. I don't know. It was not here. I've never seen it, so I don't know. So, I never thought this Clarence Gilliard dude. I thought maybe this is the one thing he ever did, was playing second fiddle to Chuck Norris, and he never had any other sort of success. And then I looked him up, and he's like a professor. He lectures at Yale. He's got this storied movie TV career. Like, I don't think he's had a year in the last 40 where he hasn't played a part somewhere. He's this recognized, that recognized. I'm like, good on you, bro. I'm glad that you had a good run, I'd like to think there was a time when people just actors to be just for acting, just to be actors, as opposed to, what Hollywood's all about now. But maybe that's naive. You read stuff like James Ellray, LA Confidential, that sort of stuff. It looks like that Hollywood's always been a pretty awful place, and that they always exploited people, and there was always people willing to do awful things just to get ahead, just to be seen. This phone's playing up. I hope it stays live for a little bit longer, at least long enough for me to finish Monkey. Come on. This is what I mean by looseness. Like, if nobody ever tells you to do this, or you never read that chapter in Marvel Handbook, How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, where they talk about like loose drawing and gesture drawing and scribbling and drawing through something. I don't know if people naturally come across these sort of techniques. I don't know if they ever develop this sort of looseness. And then they're always drawing really, like some people I see drawing on streams are really slow. And that's not good or bad. It is what it is. It's just, I lost my picture. Got so many bloody windows open. So professional. Oh, picture's still there. Okay. Some people are really, really slow, and I think it's because they deliberate over every line and they want it to be right. Breezer, if you just got here, B-Rose, I'll show you the other cards that I did real quick. Too many windows. Too many bloody windows. So we had Venom. We had Tech Priest from Warhammer 40k. Didn't have Raphael. Cable. Gladiator. Embrace. Chod from Starjammers. And I definitely didn't draw Raphael from the Ninja Turtles. That never happened. Yeah, that's right. If you're not in the mood to draw, like you can't. If you force it, you're going to get less quality than if you. But if you sit around waiting for it to happen as well, it might never happen. So I think there's a fine line between forcing it and being disciplined enough to say, okay, it's go time. Let's make it happen. Wish these cards were a little bit bigger so I could fit more of the characters on. So I draw pretty fast, but also draw pretty loose. I don't have the sort of precision, and I got big into digital because I thought that would give me the sort of precision I needed. Because you got all these pens and all these different brushes. and they've got varying thicknesses and all that sort of stuff. But I found that I'm just not that precise, and maybe I never will be. Maybe, rough and scratchy is always going to be my style. I like the freedom of it. I miss painting on big canvases. I used to paint on huge canvases. And I really miss doing that as well. That was very freeing to just have a bunch of paint. I used to paint with house paints. I'd go and buy I was a Povo student, had no money. I'd go to Bunnings and buy the ones that people got but didn't like. They'd order a paint and they'd go in and get no, I hate it. And so they'd just be selling it at Bunnings for like $10 for 8 liters. I'd just buy all of them, big brushes, and I'd just go off, just paint all these. That pattern on Monkey Magic's just going to kill me. Who suggested Monkey Magic? Who's just Monkey King? You're banned for life. I think we've worked out right now. I don't really like to push myself too hard. This is tricky. See, precision. Using it in trouble for breaking his mum's brooms and painting them black with gold on the end. Yes, King. That's what it's all about. Classic Monkey goodness. And it really challenged my storytelling notions as a kid, because Monkey wasn't always the good guy. Sometimes he'd make really bad choices. It was as much about his growth as a person as it was as he's immortal, but that hand just checks out. But at the same time, he's learning to be a man in a way, because the old way that he'd been functioning is being punished for that because of his hubris, because he challenged the gods. So now he had to learn humility, and that was such a big part of the story. And it used to bug me as a kid whenever the hero was made to look lesser or weaker, and I had to change the way I was thinking about stuff. Go, hold on, he's growing and learning. He's the hero of the story, he's a protagonist, but he actually did make a bad choice in this instance. Like, that's not a cool thing to do, Monkey. You guys remember that episode where there's that guy, and he dedicated his whole life to digging a path through a big mountain range? That's between two big cities, I believe. It was, one urban area on one side, one on the other, and people had to go over or around the mountain. It was a hassle. So this guy spent like 15 years digging through this mountain. And Tripitaka decided it was a noble thing to do, a noble pursuit. And he said that we're going to stay here and not continue our journey until we finish helping this guy dig out the mountain. And I think for some reason Tripitaka banned Monkey from using any magic to do it. And Tripitaka, he was just dying, man. Like, he's a priest. He was not up for some hard physical labor. His hands are all messed up. He's working slow. Every day he was just dying in bed because he could not keep up the pace. The Monkey had enough of it. He had stuff he wanted to do. So he flew over to the other side of the mountain, turned his staff into a huge circular drill bit, and drilled his way through the mountain within moments, and saved this guy from doing all this work. And, as a kid, I thought, well, that makes sense. Work smarter, not harder. What's this dude, There's like some Zen Buddhist thing. I'm going to spend all my life making this passageway. Well, why can't you just do it smart? If Monkey can do it in a minute, why not let him do it? Anyway, Tripitaka was mad. He went off at him. I don't think he used the headband on him. He used the headband thing to hurt Monkey if he does the wrong thing. But he was not happy because he felt like he'd robbed this dude of his livelihood and his noble journey and everything. Anyway, it turned out that dude was actually searching for a demon egg that was hidden inside of the mountain. He was actually a bad guy. And Monkey saved the day. So fuck you, Tripitaka, you self-righteous prig. This is all about Monkey. Now, that's one time Monkey sort of like fell ass backwards into success. It should have been a screw up, but somehow he came out on top because he's Monkey. And it's one of the few, it had a great opening song and had a great closing song as well. Really tempted to sing it because I know all the words off by heart. Because it's not that complex. It's like the Walker Texas Ranger opening song. In like second or third season, they decide that Chuck Norris decides it would be a good idea for him to sing the title song of his own show. Because he does everything else on the show. Why not do that as well? So he must have he's got the star power. Back in those days, he was a big deal. 6 times world karate champion. I mean, that's nothing to laugh at. It's just going to upset people. But, how many tournament titles did Bruce Lee win? How many did Chuck Norris win? 6? 6 times world champ karate. I mean, I'm just saying. And so Chuck Norris decided he was going to sing the theme song for his TV show. And look, he's not a singer. He does all right. They put a bit of reverb on it to make it sound a little bit more, but the lyrics for a simple song with only not even 2 verses, a very simple song. Those lyrics, what do the young people say? They slap. It's a banger, as they say. It's a fantastic song. I actually refuse to skip. You're watching on your streaming service, but not Netflix because they're pedos, and not Disney because they're satanic devil worshippers. Tell me on Stan. I don't know if you guys get Stan. I think Stan is like HBO's foray into TV in Australia. Stan might be their streaming service because a lot of the stuff I sort of see, like HBO, AMC, that sort of stuff, tends to turn up on Stan. I could be wrong, and I just don't skip the intro. You got that button to skip the intro when you're watching a series. You're binging, as they say. My wife's like, "You're going to skip it." I'm like, I'm not. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it every single time. It's a great song. If you haven't checked out the classic Chuck Norris Walker Texas Ranger, you're doing yourself a disservice. It's classic storytelling. And something else that I've been watching a little bit of lately. G'day, Dojo Kun. Thanks for stopping by, mate. I've been watching The Rifleman and Have Gun Will Travel. Paladin, where will you roam? Love that. Both got great intros and everything, but Have Gun Will Travel in particular, they're 25-minute episodes. So if you want to study good storytelling, check out these mad lads who had 25 minutes in black and white to set up characters, set up a situation, set up high stakes and conflict, have that conflict play out meaningfully, and also have resolution within 25 minutes. It is a masterclass in how to write a good story. And I don't mean good as in like Harper Lee good. I don't mean good like Catcher in the Rye good. That one's for you, Jason. I don't mean good like it's going to be changing, society or whatever. It's not Wild Stallions, Bill and Ted. It's going to, change all of mankind for the better. But, if you want to write a good, entertaining, engaging story in 25 minutes, hey, 25 pages. How many pages does a comic book have? 22 pages. How much time passes on a single comic book page? 3, 4, 5 minutes, maybe, page to page, fight to fight, punch to punch, dialogue to dialogue. So you could do worse in checking out these classic shows and seeing how they managed to set up all of this stuff in record time. I mean, the first episode of Have Gun Will Travel, it's incredible the amount of elements that they managed to incorporate into this one story. Now, the resolutions tend to be fairly quick. And just like in Walker, it's almost pandering. Like Walker knows that Chuck Norris knew that his audience was going to be, Middle America, Bible Belt type people. So there's a lot of Jesus, there's a lot of pro-Bible, there's a lot of praying. You just don't see characters pray on TV anymore. It just doesn't happen. So he knew who he was working the story towards. And in that way, some of the, like little Jimmy has AIDS. Oh, my mum doesn't love me because I got AIDS. Like it's pretty heavy-handed, but he's got 40 minutes to tell that story, and they do it well. And there's time, man. I'll be watching Walker, and I'll be saying to my wife, my dad, I don't need these feels right now. This is some real shit. I mean, I know it's Walker Texas Ranger, but these kids are hurting. These people is hurting. This family is hurting. We watched one the other day. We're at season 5. It's about these kids that want to be adopted. They're at the orphanage, but the boy knows he's a bit too old to be adopted. Nobody really wants him, but he doesn't want to leave his sister. And people want to adopt the sister, but not him. So he doesn't want to leave her, but he sort of like says to the people, look, if you can only pick one of us, pick her. I'm all right. I'll go take care of myself and that. So, and he's only a little kid, man, but he sacrifices so much to try and keep her safe and protect her. He puts her first. It's masterful storytelling in 40 minutes. In 40 minutes, they nearly bring you to tears over these kids. And again, they're hitting all the right notes. They know who they're writing for. Geographically, I might not be their target audience, but like thematically, I'm definitely their target audience. And this is something I say about horror movies as well. So always full circle if I watch. If I ramble long enough, I always come back to what I was talking about in the first place. This monkey's taken forever. With horror movies, you can people say, what's the scariest horror movie you've ever seen? For me, it's probably The Exorcist. And I didn't watch it till I was like 20 something, and it had been out for years before that. I watched it when I think they did like the 20-year, not reunion, what do you call it? 20-year anniversary of the movie first coming out. And I went and watched it with my mate Zeke. Good dude, Zeke. Absolute tripper, that dude. Real character. It's like 50 and he's getting around on a skateboard. Just every type of drug known to man. This guy had been there, done that. So he said, come check out this movie. He probably saw it the first time it came out. And I obviously, probably wasn't even alive then. And I had to sleep with the lights on for a week afterwards after watching that. Now, the story's not particularly great. The effects aren't particularly great. I've seen lots of other horrible stuff. If you've seen Saw, you've seen, peak horror porn. If you guys have seen Martyrs, that's atrocious. I watched that while I was very, very drunk. I don't drink a lot. I was hanging out with a friend of mine, and we would hang out and watch horror movies and get drunk. And Martyrs fucked me up. I said, man, what'd you show me that for? Like, that's going to affect me for quite a while afterwards. It's awful. That should never have been made. I'm not saying censor it, but I'm saying I wish I'd never seen it. But you can walk into Exorcist and watch it and go, that's not scary. If you don't want it to be scary. If you walk in there thinking this isn't going to scare me, then it's not going to scare you. Like, you've got to let yourself be scared. You've got to say, I'm going to be open to the scaredness of this movie. I'm going to be open to this idea that things happening are, if not real, then representations of things that's real. But if you're going to walk in there and go, I'm going to laugh at everything, I'm going to point out the bad effects, the bad acting, I'm going to say, oh, I saw that priest, he was in such and such movie, if you're going to do all this, it won't be scary, and you've robbed yourself of a movie experience. So you've got to go in there willing to let it happen. It's the same thing with Walker. If you go in there and go, well, that was hokey, that jump kick didn't look very good, or that's really on the nose, or that's pandering, you're going to hate it. But if you go in there thinking, okay, tell me a story, you could love it. You could end up loving it. I love it. We're 5 seasons in, and I'm no indication I'm going to slow down. I think I'm going to give Monkey his yellow tiara and his yellow neck scarf, since we're doing spot colours. The company men do travel the world. They are multinational badasses. Each book is set in a different, theatre of war. The first book's set in the Middle East. The second one's set in Africa, almost wholly in Africa. So there's definite themes there. That was great. So he says, back at number 10 should get that. What are we up to? Must be up to number... Venom was the last one I did, right? So we're up to number 8. Let's finish off these hands and give Monkey his stuff. I'm really worried about this right hand. Left hand as you're looking at it. It's... I don't know. I'm not liking it. I know I've fudged it. I know I've sort of lied about where it's all going, and I don't really have a plan for it. So, you know what I mean? And here is an example of being influenced by the page. That arm's too short. His hand should be out here somewhere. Look, shoulder there, forearm, bicep, elbow. His hand should be here. I screwed that up because the page was limiting what I could actually draw. And this is going to sound sus. Someone can sound clip this. What I like about Monkey's stuff is that it's so thick. Yeah, I know, but it wasn't like some pissy little Ninja Turtle bow stuff. Like, it had a bit more girth to it, and I just thought that it made it a more valid weapon. Do with that what you will, because there's some things you just can't say straight and not have it sound silly. So let's get some grey happening. Do we have another suggestion for the next character? If this is number, what's this, 8? I said I was going to try and get 10 done. I kind of feel like my stamina is running out a little bit, but I think I can push through to 10, and then, you know, if I get to 10 and 9 and 10 are awful, I'll just chuck them and not use them. I mean, these cards from Amazon weren't that expensive. I'll just order a few more this afternoon, 2 more packs, and I should be right. It's not a very good likeness of the actor, but I think it's pretty obvious who it's supposed to be. And, you know, maybe my whole, you know, you'll like it if you want to like it, you won't if you won't mentality is a response to so much negativity in media. People just want to be down on stuff. Yeah, Stingray, cool, good choice. I don't want to be down on stuff anymore. I mean, I'll rip the shit out of something like that Khaleesi book. That was garbage, but I did that because I knew it was going to get a couple of hundred views, and for me, that's a lot. You know, the new He-Man, you know, cartoons come out, and it looks awful, and it looks good. The animation, everything looks good, but it's obviously they're doing some pretty dodgy stuff with the characters, and people are like, oh, it's not finished yet. You know, give it a chance. No, screw you. I don't care that much. I love He-Man. He-Man was my favorite cartoon when I was a kid, but I'm not giving Kevin Smith the time of day. People say it's only 5 episodes out of 10. Like, you know, He-Man will come back and it'll be all good. Yeah, but, you know, look what you did before that, so screw you. So somebody was saying, you know, if you don't like this stuff, don't watch it. And not only don't watch it, but don't engage with it. Don't get on social media and talk shit about it because it gives them what they want. Like, you've got to ignore it completely so it vanishes. And the only way you can beat them is by not engaging with it at all. I think there's some truth to that. I mean, they're definitely doing it for outrage. So if you push back against the outrage by not caring, Stay Puft would be good too. Black Manta, I think we've got like the next 3 characters. That's pretty cool. You know, so when I review the Khaleesi book and say that it's garbage, I do it because I'm after clicks, not because I'm trying to hold her to a higher standard of comic telling. Like, for starters, she won't. Like, my wife's so adorable. When I said I did this review on this Khaleesi book, and my wife said, "Oh, how'd she respond?" I'm like, "Oh, you're the darling." You know, isn't that sweet, guys? That she actually thought Emilia Clarke was going to see my review, for starters, would care to watch it, second of all, and would take the time to actually respond to me. You know, I mean, that's sweet. That's sweet. So Monkey is number 8. Is Venom the last one I did? So apparently counting to 10 is too tricky for me. We've got Cable. We definitely don't have Raphael. No Raphael there. Tech Priest, Embrace, Chod, Gladiator, and Venom. Okay, so this is number 8. Where's my pen? Number 8, and it was Monkey. The power of Monkey was irrepressible. If I watched, did you see my review on Emilia Clarke's book? You know, like, the worst thing I had to say was she's obviously not a very good writer. Like, I wasn't attacking her personally. And in a follow-up tweet, I said, because there's no point attacking her personally. Like, this is the tweet was about. It's hustle. She saw Keanu made a book about himself, essentially, and got a deal off it. And she's like, well, shit, I could do that. I could just make a book where the character looks like me. What's topical? Feminism and Marvel movies. Cool. I can do this. I got fucked by Khal Drogo. I can do this. And then she did. So, you know, good hustle, Khaleesi. I don't know. I say if I could do something really topical and tap into the zeitgeist of the current day and that would turn into a comic book deal. No, I could do that. I I mean, it'd be work still, but I'd hate it. I hate it. And I don't want to have my work to have an agenda. That's not sour grapes. Like if any of us really wanted to, we could sit down and write some super tropey, anti-Trump SJW garbage that's that the NPCs would love, and with the right time, place, and everything, you might get some sort of deal, or you might get some sort of recognition for it. Any of us could do that, but do we? No, because that doesn't sound like fun. That sounds like not even work. Like even work sounds better than that. Worst work I ever did was putting in fence posts. You guys ever use that? The fence post hammer. It's like a big cylinder with handles on the side. You put it over the fence post. You lift it up and you slam it down on the top of the fence post. I'm doing the action, but you can't see me. I don't know why I'm doing the action. And you do that over and over and over and over again to hammer the fence post into the ground. It's the hardest physical work I've ever done. I only put in about 4 posts before I nearly died. It was embarrassing. Even that sounds like more fun than writing some sort of worky bullshit just to try and get a Netflix deal. Like everybody's doing that. And Vagrant Queen? Got like 1 season and got cancelled. So it doesn't work. Now, who are we drawing? We're drawing Stay Puft. We're drawing Stingray and Black Manta. Black Manta's tricky. That mask of his. Gee, he come up good in the Aquaman movie, though. He looked fantastic. His story was pretty close to what it needed to be. Like, they didn't have to change too much. And that's what I'm talking about, like those sort of tropey sort of, he's like, this is my knife. This is my dad's knife. Like, when they do that, this to build a moment so you feel like there's a connection between the two. So when his dad dies in literally the same scene, you feel torn. You understand his motivation. It's like, yeah, Aquaman's the good guy, but I understand why Black Man wants to kill him. If Aquaman killed my dad, I'd probably want to kill Aquaman too. Don't know how successful I'd be. No, we all know how successful I'd be. All right, Stingray. Let me just find a picture, because I know the basics. I know the starburst on his chest, and I know his blank face and his Stingray type cape. Oh, I just typed Stingray. Forbidden slip. Yeah, but my Stingray comics are fantastic. You guys kind of love it. I think it's just going to be so far down the line, though, because at what point do you go, yeah, like nautical adventure? At what point are you guys going to be like, oh, I'll give Lee money for that? I don't know if that time's anytime soon. I think maybe after I get a bit further through in the Company Man, have the Center with Dean come out, maybe have my Pulp Hero come out, have a few things concrete. And then when I say, UK superhero team, or when I say subnautical adventurer, people are like, oh, okay, I'll give you a chance. It's a bit like, again with Zach, and I reference Zach a lot because, his aside from live streams where I'm hanging out with people, or listening to it in the background while I'm doing stuff, I don't listen to Yellow Flash, I don't listen to EVS, I don't listen to a lot of these guys. So I still, despite everything, prefer the way Zach, like his perspectives and the way that he does his videos, just very chill, like talking to your boomer uncle. He's just I don't know. He's done stuff that I don't agree with, but it's not my life. He's not having any negative impact on me. It's like, oh, I wouldn't have done that, but okay, man. It's literally a you do you moment. Like I'm not gonna not listen to your videos because I disagree how you handled the Wade lawsuit or whatever. Like it's your money, man. It's your life. He doesn't owe me anything. If I paid for his book, he'd owe me books, and they're late. But aside from that, I just like the way that he rolls, the way that he does stuff. He'll say, oh, rock and roll ninja, and some people go, okay, I'll give it a go, because to them, he's proven that he can put together a good book. To them, I've never read any of his stuff, so I couldn't tell you. I was going to get the all-in bundle for Knife Hand Blind Spot. I think you can get all the company man, all the Jawbreaker stuff in a pack. But then by the time you add on shipping and everything, it's more than $200. I'm just like, oh man, I don't know if I'll drop $200 on that. That's it's another page of artwork. That's another page from a comic drawn. Priorities, I think probably a review of Jawbreakers would be good for my channel. I think people will be interested to hear what I have to say about it. I'm afraid Stingray's just going to be standing here. It's a bit boring. Who come up with this composition? Dean, I'm blaming you for this one. I don't know, boys. I think I need to do another one and do it a bit more dynamic. It's not doing it for me. Yeah, okay, not great, but not terrible. That's what I hear a lot of, which I don't think's unfair. I get that. We'll do a side one. Have him going swimming through the ocean. I mean, that's his thing, isn't it? And it's it's something I think about with company men. They're not character studies. It's not this deep, positive character arc of these guys. I can't fit him on the page. I don't know if Stingray is going to work in a dynamic pose because he needs to be doing swimming, and no matter what happens, he's going to end up off the page. If you guys keep talking Weebury, Dean's probably going to ban you. Just saying. Do you think people are going to care if the character's off the card? Like, there's only so much space you can do with these things, and you can't draw too small. Yeah, I did like the Metal Gear style of knife hand. I'm angry that Zach got to do it before I did. Like, I wanted that exact style for something I've got in mind, but now I'm just going to look like I'm aping him and he's aping Metal Gear Solid. So, and there's so much of that. There's so much stuff that I look at and go, gee, I wish I'd done that. Or I was planning on it, but, you can't be mad because he got there first. Well, he's got the money. He's got the resources. He's built the audience. How are you going to turn around and say, again, it's meritocracy. You're going to turn around and say, that's not fair. That's not fair that he got to do that before me. No, it's totally fair. He's got his channel. He's got 100,000 subs. He's made the money that he's made. Firewatch has thrown down some hot fire in the chat there, saying that weeb imitations of Western comics are better than Western comics. And we're seeing that with was that one Eating with Superman, like Superman going to different restaurants? It's just a comic about Superman. It's like a manga about Superman eating in different restaurants. That's going to do numbers. That's going to do numbers that actual Superman comics, that Bendis Superman comics can't even think about. And that's, I'm not loving it, guys. I'm not loving it. Ginger root hands. Yeah, few people can laugh at themselves like Bancroft. That might be his greatest strength. And if somebody takes the piss, he never gets mad over it. He's just like, he has a laugh, goes along with it. I've seen people get much more offended over much less. But he knows it's a business. He knows I assume, he presents to me like he knows that he's doing business, that it's a persona. And it's not personal. It's also an Australian thing. It doesn't mean it can't be elsewhere, but primarily it's an Australian thing. If somebody gives you shit, if somebody talks shit about you to your face like that means they like you. It means that they think you're an all right dude. You don't talk about someone that's not worth talking about, like it's not interesting, that's not a decent bloke. The thing about Stingray's costume, it's like, if you know who he is, if you're like one of the 8 people who knows who he is, it's so distinct. The blank face, the fillet type wings, like there's nobody else that can, so you can't riff off his costume because it's so obvious who it is that it's originally was. So when I'm doing, my not Stingray dude, I'm going to have to do something completely different. But being underwater, you're going to want something that's sleek. You're going to want something that's streamlined. You're going to want something that doesn't have bits sticking off it. Like I don't want horns and antennae and all sorts of stuff coming off it. So sort of, I'm finding coming up with the costume for this character, my not Stingray character is probably the trickiest design job I've had so far, even trickier than working on Dean with this Senna design, because he's hard work. Let's just put it like that. That Dean fella is hard work. He's worth it though. He's worth it. Dean's got a Vegeta tattoo. Vinland Saga. I started watching the first episode of that, and it was subs, and the Vikings were speaking Japanese, and I noped right out of there and never went back. Vikings speaking Japanese, come on. But I remember a friend of mine bought the classic animated Berserk series, before they did the 3D, awful 3D version, that classic one they did originally. I don't know how old it is. We're like, oh, this is Japanese, this is anime, this is the good stuff. We better listen to it in its traditional language. And you put the subs on and listen to it in Weeb speak, and it was like poison directly into my ear. It was terrible. I had to turn it off. Don't you guys find that a lot of the anime voice actors sound the same? Like Piccolo sounds like Vegeta, sounds like this guy, sounds like that guy. Like they don't have very distinct voices. Whereas in the Western version, like Vegeta's got that really rough, flat voice, whereas Piccolo's got a really deep, harsh voice. It's got a more solid sort of sound to it. Goku's got a really high-pitched, easygoing sort of voice. But then when he wants to, he drops the bass in there, and he sounds threatening and menacing. When I listen to, clips and stuff of these characters in the traditional voices, the subbed versions or whatever, they sound awful. Am I wrong, or is Dragon Ball just different like that? Like anytime I've listened to, and it might be a cultural thing as well, anytime I've listened to anime that's got the traditional sound on it, Japanese sound on it, everybody sounds the same. There's not a lot of variation. I don't find myself going, like if I listen to the Western version, if you've got the Western version Dragon Ball voice actors to speak in Japanese and say lines in Japanese, I could still tell who they are. I could be like, that's Piccolo's voice actor speaking. I don't know what he's saying because it's in Japanese, but I still know that it's him. Whereas, so maybe it's just because it's partially because they're in English, but if I listen to the Japanese version, everybody sounds the same. The old guy running the Institute and Angel Cop sounds the same as Raiden, sounds the same as they've got like three voices. They've got Kid, they got Old Raspy Man, and they've got Elite Vampire Hunter D Nobleman. Like that's like the three voices all of Japan has. Yeah, that's the thing I noticed, B-Rose, is there's times where you hear a voice and like that dude was the director of the Institute in Techno Man, but he's also this character in this thing, and so they reused what are you talking about, like Battle of the Planets? What do you guys call that? Voltron, all those dudes, they all had the same My Hero Academia. Yeah, I've only heard the English versions of them, so you might be onto something there. Firewatcher, there might be one that I'm missing out on if you're talking about the Japanese versions. I think this might be the last one, guys. The kids are demanding my attention, which is fair. Been streaming for a while now. So hopefully I can pop back on tomorrow. They'll be at school tomorrow. They couldn't go today because of COVID BS, but they should be right tomorrow. And hopefully smash out 10 characters then. And that'll put me close to 20, which will put me at close to a tenth of what I need to have done. And in 2 days, that's not too bad. watched a bunch of anime when it first came out, when it was when they were calling it like the manga revolution, you know, and everything was manga, even though it wasn't. It was anime. So that's, you know, Guyver, Angel Cop, that classic stuff. Ninja Scroll, Overfiend, but I didn't like that. That was like, you know, talk about horror movies, and you know they exist, and which ones scare you the most, and you can only be scared if you want to be scared. But and I'm just like, why is Overfiend made? Like, it's not sexy. Like, the stuff that happens in it isn't, like, it's not jerk off bait, it's not porn, but it's too horrible to just be straight up horror. Like, I don't know, it just seems to straddle this weird line of, why did you make this? And it could be a Western perspective of sex and sexuality, where, you know, like, I don't like to see that brought into horror, because I don't know, it's a private thing, or it's when you're most vulnerable, or it should be a pleasant thing that you share with someone else. Not saying that should be, and you know, sometimes upsetting those norms is how a horror story works. But I don't know. I watched it all the way through, but I didn't like it. That's for sure. And I wouldn't watch it again. And I don't have that in my collection. And I heard there's a couple of them. So yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I suppose in the early days of I'll call it anime instead of manga. In the early days of anime, when it was first coming out, and you had, you know, half a dozen titles, Wicked City and that sort of thing. Overfiend is there to steal your soul. Yeah. I just don't know why it exists. I don't know who. It's literally, who is this for? It's one of those who is this for moments. What should I do for the spot color on this? He's too much red on him to use the red, but he's only got 2 colors. Might just throw some. What I'll do is, it's my own question. I'll use 2 different greys, a brownish grey for the red and a straight grey for the white, and I won't use a spot color. I'll just have the tones depicted that way. I feel like the designer just got lazy when it come to the gloves on this guy. He's just like, ah, fuck it, you can just have regular gloves. Just give him Cyclops' gloves. X Factor, you know, Cyclops gloves. That's good. That's good. I wonder who made Stingray. I wonder who created that character. Whoops. Oh, Fizz, if you never saw Overfiend, brother, just don't even. Like, it's not. Like, there's some movies or fiction or shows or whatever, and I say, hey, check it out just to say you've checked it out. Check it out just so you know what people are talking about. Check it out as an example of what not to do when it comes to writing a story or creating media. But Overfiend, I can't think of a reason to actually see it at all. I don't know why you would. And if you're someone who enjoys it, like, okay, it's your time, man. Like, you enjoy what you want. I don't see an audience for it, and I don't know. You know, if you're going to justify why you're watching something, not that you've got to, but you're like, you know, why do I like Stingray? Oh, it's underwater adventure. He's kind of a nerd. Nobody likes him, but he's got cool powers in his suit, and he stood up to the tiger shark over and over and over again. He earned Namor's respect. I can tell you why I like Stingray. Someone says, why do you like Overfiend? Okay, man, tell me why you like Overfiend. And if they might come back with, you know, psychosexual horror, unsettling, unconventional, you know, breaking societal norms on perception of sexuality. Okay, so that's why it works as a horror story. Tell me why you like it. Why are you watching it? Why are you watching it again? Once was enough. Is the difference is what I'm talking about. You know, I might not be able to convince you that Stingray is cool, but I can tell you why I think he's cool. Somebody might be able to convince me why Overfiend works as a horror story, because it certainly is horrific, but they're not going to be able to convince me that it's cool, and I doubt that they're going to have a good reason to explain to me why they think it's cool. Cool being such a subjective term. There it is. I keep losing that one Sharpie. It's the only one I got, and I keep losing it. Guyver is so much better. Yeah, Human Centipede, I never saw it. And for me, it's sort of even just to say that I did. Sometimes I will watch something just to say that I saw it. Exorcist was like that. It's so seminal to the horror genre. It's so well known. I felt like I'd be doing myself something of a disservice if I hadn't seen it at least once, just to know specifically what was being referenced and why. I'm saying that's that big of a pop culture phenomenon. I think you owe it to yourself. And Human Centipede was a fairly big pop culture phenomenon for the time as well. But it's give it another 30 years and see if it's on the level of Exorcist still. Let's get some brown. But I'm also these days more and more into protecting my peace. Something a guy, this dude that I really respect, he's talked to me about the concept of protecting your peace. I said, what do you do when you're just overwhelmed by all this stuff? You've got to protect your peace. You've got to know your limits. You've got to know how much of whatever media, life, circumstances, adversity, whatever it is that you can imbibe, know your limits and protect that. Protect that part of yourself, protect your time, protect your heart. I mean, some adversity is going to make you stronger and help you push into new realms that maybe you wouldn't have otherwise. But even that's a protected, unless you're like dropped off in some sort of island, Steve Austin style, having to survive like in The Condemned, you're going to choose when it's adversity. If you choose to do the tough mother, you've chosen to do that. So it's adversity, but it's controlled adversity. It's in a controlled environment that you've elected to go into. Unless they go Lord of the Flies and force you to do some of this stuff, you are still choosing. So I apply much more of that to protect my peace. If I see something happening on Twitter, some sort of monkey shine, some foolishness, I'm like, no, I'm not commenting on that. That's just going to draw me into a whole bunch of BS. It's going to make me cross. I'm a pretty happy dude. I've got very little to complain about. I mean, I can't even. What am I going to complain about that my comic didn't make as much money as I wanted to? Cool, it will next time. It'll do double numbers. Time after that, it'll do double again. You wait and see. So Condemned was a fun movie. That's one of my wife's favorite movies, Condemned. If I'm like, what do you want to watch? And there's nothing else in particular. She's like, what about that one on the island? Condemned? Yeah, I like that. So we'll watch that. You all know that Roadhouse is my favorite though, and she's a big fan of Roadhouse as well. So if we're never not sure, Roadhouse is always a safe bet. That came out better than I thought it was going to be. I'm liking this more and more now. But yeah, protect your peace, guys. If you're not coping, take a step back. I will disappear from Twitter for a couple of days or a week because there's just too much negativity. No, I don't lotion, right? But nobody believed I was 40 when they saw my face reveal either. So, I don't know. I think, yeah, man, a bit of a trophy husband. I was having a look in the mirror either last night or this morning. Mrs. getting ready for work. I go pack a lunch and get her clothes ready. It sounds bitch made, but I got my comic made. She's happy, I'm happy. So, sex is great. That's what matters. And I was looking in the mirror thinking, I don't look 40. Like I see other dudes out there that are 40, and I'm like, brah, looks like about 60. Certainly looks older. Dudes that are younger than me that look older than me. Happens all the time. Like, oh, we're about the same age, aren't we? I'm like, oh, how old are you? They're like 30. Nope. Thanks for backing the company, man. And that was Stingray. Yes, I want to say number 10. No, it's number 9. A Mandela affected myself. Stingray. All right. Well. Jason, are you a big fan of Overfiend? Because if somebody is going to be able to come at me with some justification of why it works or why it's, they do that thing where they put it through the ringer to see if it's porn. They go, does it have artistic merit? Does it have aesthetic merit? Does it have moral merit? Does it tell a story? If it doesn't hit those things, thanks, B-Rose. It's going to be good. It's going to be good fun. I wish I didn't have to break it up into 3 parts. It's like watching, it's like watching the first third of a movie and you get to like a revelation, like, so X is Y. Like, cool, that's the end of the book. You have to wait another year before the next one comes out. I hate that. But it's where we are at the moment with this sort of stuff. There's a bunch of books out there. I Am Crimson Twilight, Operation Eclipse, Shaolin Nun, a bunch of stuff, and they just they put in a book every 6 months, every year, and if you want to read the story, you read the story next time. You don't. It's not ideal, but it's the situation we're in. We can't do it any other way. There's no way to. I wish I could get all 180 pages to you guys at once, or get all three, issues of 60 pages each, and get you guys all three books at the same time. But it's just not going to happen. It's not financially viable. So, I'm just going to hope that people like what they see in the first one enough to come back for the second and the third. And then once they get the whole story and they see the whole thing and they realize what happened in the beginning matters in the end, they're like, yes, King. And then they come back for the second story and the third and the fourth, and they have a look at, the other properties that I've got going on as well. Same goes with The Sinner. Like The Sinner ends on a sort of a big cliffhanger, a big like reveal moment, and you're like, that's so cool, I want to know more. And like, great, you can know more in a year, 6 months to a year. Like, the way that the industry's set up, that's all we can do. And we can't even blame Mark Waid for all of it. Like, even if he hadn't done what he did, what was I going to, you got to get in on this. I saw people making money and then other people making mistakes and poisoning the well. And I thought, if I don't get in on this, by the time my book's ready, by the time all 180 pages are ready, there's not going to be a dedicated audience, because there's so many people making so many missteps. They're driving people away. There's division upon division upon division. There's so many subcategories upon subcategories. I just thought, no, I got to get in on this, and I got to be seen, which is what motivated me to make a start. All right, Stay Puff is number 10. And I think that should wrap us up for the day. It should be a fairly easy one, just to Stay Puff. And great for spot colors too, like that. I kind of almost want to do a live field version, Mr. Stay Puff, all swole with straps and candy guns, but I won't, because that's more work than I'm willing to do right now. 3 hours into a stream on my 10th picture. But yeah, I appreciate you guys turning up, even if it's just for a little bit, even if it's just to say g'day. Some people couldn't stick around, and that's okay. I mean, I'd be doing this anyway. So anybody that turns up to say g'day in the chat, offer a bit of support, words. I told you guys, words of affirmation. I'm definitely a words of affirmation person, which feeds right into that. If you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. There's people who I see what they're doing. I'm like, oh, I wouldn't have done that. I don't agree with that, but I don't need to tell them. It's not my job to tell them. They're making choices. They will benefit or not on the choices they made. And I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I nearly didn't ask my wife out because I thought she was taller than me. I'm just on 6 foot, and when I was talking to her when I first met her, she's a tall woman, man. Like, you look at someone directly in the eyes, and they look like they're taller than you because you're looking in their eyes, and you feel like your body stops at your eyes, but they've got the rest of their head and forehead and hair to go. So I was looking her right in the eyes, talking to her, thinking, damn, this chick's tall, and we got along fine. We had a good old conversation, and there's definitely a spark there, but I didn't want to look like her little brother. I couldn't ask her out and be shorter than her. So I didn't. And that was a big mistake. Like, I nearly missed out. I'm lucky that, she had good follow-up game and wasn't going to let me get away. And here we are with the kiddos, and one comic done and more on the way. These big fatty fat hands. I'm disappointed that fat's become a pejorative. You should just be able to describe. Yeah, it does look like a Japanese schoolgirl uniform, doesn't it? It's such a great amalgam of, cultural marketing, where it's probably some sort of Navy. This looks like a Navy outfit, but it wasn't the Navy outfits of wasn't the schoolgirl outfits the Japanese, or schoolboy outfits the Japanese, somehow inspired by the Navy they would have seen during World War II. Did those sort of uniform styles. I was gazing at her chest. You got me. There's actually the ass that I noticed first, if I've got to be honest. She had these little tiny green shorts on, running around at uni, we're doing like a sport activity, and I'm just like, damn, go check that out. And like, oh, that's that chick that I was talking to earlier. She's a really cool chick. And she decided that she was going to shoot her shot, and she did. And really glad I've said to her a bunch of times, gee, I'm grateful. Hey, that's good news. You feeling okay?
That's the Ghostbuster.
It is.
That's the Ghostbuster marshmallow.
It is the Ghostbuster marshmallow.
Why? Yeah. Why are you looking? You trying to draw it?
I am drawing it.
I know that's my favorite.
Yeah.
One of these shows are drawing me.
Okay. Yeah, the boy loves Ghostbusters. Because he loves that Just Dance with the Ghostbusters on it. You know that one? He loves doing that. And he very profoundly the other day asked me, if slime is a ghost, how come he's made out of slime? If he's a ghost, hands should just go through him. Yeah, it's like, I mean, ectoplasm, do I really want to go there? I don't know. G'day, Saga. Thanks for turning up. Your book's looking fantastic, and I see that you're meeting with a lot of success, like a lot of positive talk, a lot of good stuff happening. And you're in your second book, aren't you? So that's fantastic. I definitely now I back. No, I won't show him the 2016 Ghostbusters. No way. I'm not super careful like a hawk watching what he watches, but I do choose what I allow him to be exposed to, because I mean, naturally I think I know best. I think my perspectives are the best perspectives, or at least, up there somewhere. Again, someone like Jason has very many times challenged me on stuff. He might not even know he's done it. I've just said something. He said, "Yeah, what about this?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I gotta think about that," So I'm open to being challenged, but I certainly think my perspectives and my ideas, and I can argue my perspectives and my ideas. Somebody says, "How can you believe that?" Well, if you really want to know, I'll tell you. And they can argue back, but you got to be open to having your mind. I hate this. This is not working for me. You got to be open to having your mind changed. But I said that about the last three, didn't I? But when you've got some stuff that you consider immutable, some stuff that you just consider truth, and somebody goes, "Oh yeah, but my feelings," it's like, yes, you're not convincing me. That's not going to change my mind. Maybe when the spot colors are on, it'll look a little bit better. Well, Jason, if you've got a mental list, can you, I'm a bit scatterbrained, I'll be honest, and I hear stuff, I'm like, hey, that sounds cool. My follower game's pretty weak. So if there's stuff told me that you think I should be doing, if you could be bothered to type it up into a list, I'll start actioning some of that stuff. I mean, you're not obligated to. If you've given me good advice and I've chosen not to act on it, that's a me problem. But if you want to, I would appreciate that, because I don't always remember the great ideas I hear. It's because I hate that. Fuck, I hate that. Persevere. Let's put a big thick outline around it. That makes everything look at least a little bit better. I think I might be hitting my limit. There's a great article about you guys know Boris Vallejo, that fantasy artist, and he talked about how, a bit like what Dean was saying earlier, if you're not in the mood to draw, or not in the mood to do art, yeah, you can push through, you can persevere, but there is a limit on that. And there's a point where you've used up everything you've got, and if you persevere with it, your drawings are going to become clumsy. They're going to be ugly. You're not going to be successful. You're wasting time. You get frustrated. The example he used was a girl who was watching painting, and she was painting much longer than she should have been, and you could see that her neck was getting sore and her back was getting sore, and she was really struggling, but she wouldn't give up on the painting. And in the end, the whole thing was just a write-off because she wouldn't take that break. So that's something I've often thought about, and I've spoken earlier today about knowing your limits on a bunch of things, about protecting your peace, about being challenged by things. I feel like maybe I'm getting a bit short-tempered, a bit impatient. Maybe I'm hitting the limits of what I can do in this one stream. This is here. I've done 10 pictures in a couple of hours. That's more drawing than I've done in more than 5 years. I think I'm listening to the Warriors soundtrack now. That chill hop vibe has just ended and it's auto played something else. It sounds like the Warriors. The Warriors have got a great soundtrack. So we've got some drama in the chat. I think part of the problem is with the Stay Puft with the Marshmallow Man, his eyes aren't big enough. There's not a lot of places to put detail, and I tend to cheat, I'll just be honest, by throwing in a bunch of detail where maybe it doesn't need to be, and it makes your picture look more complex. There's only so much you can do with this guy. I'm finding his big fat form a bit disturbing, actually. I think I drew him too human-like and not enough marshmallow-like. There's something unnerving about that much flesh. Kind of gross myself out. Let's find that red one. Let's do some red spot. And his little bandana here. Thanks everybody that's turned up to show a bit of support. I appreciate that. It's very easy to get down on your own art. So when somebody else says, that's all right, it's all right, you're doing all right, that helps. I think sometimes, for me anyway, making art's a little bit like, excuse me, doing like a speed run on a video game, or some you're doing a combo in a game or something. You're doing 10 string in Tekken, and you're doing fine because you're going on instinct, and then you go, oh gee, I'm doing really well on this 10 string, and then you screw it up. You shouldn't have thought about it, but that's what we do, isn't it? What's the lightest grey that I've got? How am I listening to it? It's fantastic. That's what I'm listening to. Just, I don't know, it's just cool. Dungeon synth. I've got big into dungeon synth lately, which sounds like maybe the most pretentious sentence I've ever said in my life. But I got this 3D printer, and I've got a bunch of prints that I want to do from this company called Bestarium, and they do this fantastic Dark Souls type characters, 3D modeling, Warhammer gaming, that sort of stuff. I haven't had a chance to do any of it yet, but I've bought the whole catalogue, and I want to use it to play a war game like Warhammer Quest, but with a Dark Souls aesthetic. And someone said there's a game called Forbidden Psalm that does that really well. And so Forbidden Psalm is based off a Swedish game called Morkborg, which I believe translates as Dark Castle, but I could be wrong. That's just what I was told. So I believe it because I've been told it, but I could be wrong. Maybe that person was wrong and they told me something that wasn't real. Maybe they lied to me. I'm sure somebody will correct me one day and I'll find out. And then so this Morkborg, this Dark Castle, has its own soundtrack. I listened to that, and that's in the genre called Dungeon Synth, which is, synthesizer music, but it's got that classic adventure dungeon crawler feel. And I'm just loving it, man. It's kind of like the chill hop stuff that I've been really enjoying, but just a little bit more demanding. and a little bit sinister, so it sets the mood too. This is looking a bit better now. It's got some greys on it. Maybe I'm too harsh on myself. I'm really enjoying drawing and talking to you guys. I want to keep going, but it's nearly 3 o'clock, and I'm pretty sure I won't be good for any more good drawings for a little while, till tomorrow anyway, because I feel like I've used up all my stamina. I've got to recharge. I was going to say earlier, like there might be somebody out there who's some prodigy, artist working for the big two, and they can smash out good-looking pages all day long. Well, that's not me. 10 cards in a day. That's my PB right now. I don't normally do the extra colours, but I just think adding the blue onto Stay Puft makes it really clear who he is. And I feel like I need something in the background as well. I might later just go back and do a whole bunch of hatching through it, like really tight hatching. Okay, so it might be Dark Mountain then. Firewatch is saying Berg is the suffix for mountain. So maybe Morkberg is Dark Mountain, which suits some of the themes within the show. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's sign off on that. I'm going to have to buy a new Sharpie. Thanks for backing. Company Man. Number 10, Stay Puft. Can you guys hear my kid before when he was talking? He's so cute. Yeah, skyscraper background. That's yes, King. And a silhouette as well. So it's not even detail. It's just like silhouette with the windows being shown, and the windows could be yellow, which gives us another bit of color. Yeah, I will do that later on. I'll have that ready for the next time you guys stop by. So just to recap. So Overfiend is rightly considered the greatest of all hentai movies, even hentai revolutionary. I don't know, man. Just because something hasn't been done before, does that make it revolutionary? Isn't the idea of revolutionary that it causes something to revolve? It like causes a revolution, a whole new way of doing things. I don't know. Like I'm not down on porn, but I'm not big into it either. I don't think it's a good use of my time or my energy, and I don't think it particularly honours my wife either if I'm there jerking off to, I don't know, Jenna Jameson. She was in basketball, wasn't she, with the South Park guys? Yeah. So today, let's have a look at the camera so I can see what I'm actually doing. We've had Venom. We've had, in no particular order, Mr. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. We've had Stingray. We've had Monkey Magic. Cable. Tech Priest from Warhammer 40k. The Embrace. Chod. And Gladiator. I think Gladiator... Should I put some red on Gladiator? Does he look like he needs red? Maybe just on his cape. I'm overthinking it. The complex plot fabric of Overfiend. I don't know if it's that complex. It's an incel cutting his dick off and replacing it with a demon dick because he's got a bad home life and no girl's going to sleep with him and go out with him. It's high school, bro. I didn't have a girlfriend until I was 19. You know, I'm not a bad looking dude. Like, probably a bit more awkward when I was a kid, sure, but high school's not the time to be worried about that so much. I reckon, focus on your studies and leave high school, become a man with experience, life experience and opinions and ideas and stuff, and then go find the one. Yeah. More than the gore and extreme sensuality, only empowers the effect it has on the mind. It's the power of legend, the primordial story of... No, this is... I don't know, this is like some sort of... They're working too hard to try and justify why they like this messed up thing. And we also had Raphael, which I'm not super happy with. I've got to think of some way to make myself like it a bit better. But that's 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go, 10 characters. So if I can do 10 more tomorrow, then I'm 1/10 of the way through these 200 art cards. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. I'll be doing this same time tomorrow. I can't guarantee I'll go for as long tomorrow, but I'm going to try. Thanks for all the positivity, all the good talk. You guys are very cool, very friendly bunch. And I will I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, catch you later. I can't find the tab with StreamYards on it to even close this. Come on. No, it's not. There it is. There it is. Okay. Now, seriously, I'm seriously going this time. See you later, guys. Thanks for being here.